Chapter 339. On the other hand, Qin-ji, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was also surprised by the strange battle between the two. His eyes revealed a trace of suspicion as he muttered, "What are they doing? It seems like Czar is constantly receiving attacks, but where are they coming from? Also, the sword in Jianshan's hand seems to have disappeared. It seems like this Jianshan isn't simple at all. He's even more mysterious than I thought." Qin-ji was also unable to clearly see the light wind sword. The light wind sword's flying speed had already surpassed what the naked eye could see. He could only see that Czar's body was constantly emitting dense flames. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was certain that it had something to do with Jianshan. On the other side, Ming Dong's expression, which had become serious because of Czar's king armament, relaxed a little. A faint smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "As expected of my Ming Dong's brother. He really isn't simple." Looking at the current situation, Czar's defeat was only a matter of time. "You made me worry for nothing. Little brother really has a lot of things hidden on his body." He was actually able to completely suppress Czar with his king armament. If Czar didn't wear that armor, he would have already died. However, what kind of ability does little brother have to be able to send out attacks that can't even be seen with the naked eye? This isn't easy to defend against. It seems like it's best if we don't become enemies with him in the future. Tianmu Ling's beautiful eyes were also closely watching the battle on the stage. She muttered in a low voice as a light flashed in her eyes. Huang Luan, who was wearing a yellow dress, also stared blankly at the motionless Jianshan on the stage. Her expression was complicated, and she couldn't help but think of the times she had spent with Jianshan. From the first time she had taken a bath by the river, to the time she had met Jianshan, to the time she had spent with Jianshan in the elimination space. "Are you really that person from back then?" Huang Luan was somewhat absent-minded as she looked at Jianshan's tall and straight figure. She muttered to herself in a low voice that could not be heard. She still clearly remembered that a few years ago, Jianshan was still not her opponent. He did not have the slightest bit of strength in her hands. However, she did not expect that after such a short period of time, when she met Jianshan again, Jianshan would actually grow at an inconceivable speed to a height that was far beyond her. On the stage, Czar was still tenaciously holding on. His right hand tightly gripped onto the ruler armament that was inserted into the stage, stabilizing his body. He shouted at Jianshan, "Jianshan, I have the holy armor, you can't hurt me. Don't waste your energy. Although I don't know how you did all of this, I know in my heart that you won't be able to hold on for long. Once you're exhausted, you'll definitely lose." Jianshan might have heard Czar's words, but his eyes were still tightly closed. He then moved his finger and a faint azure sword chi appeared between his fingers. He shook his hand and shot it at Czar. Czar's movements were currently restricted, and he had to rely on the support of his ruler armament to stabilize his body. He was simply unable to make any movements to dodge. He could only helplessly watch as the azure sword chi rapidly approached him. Seeing the azure sword chi, Czar could not help but feel a trace of panic. Although he was completely confident in the holy armor on his body, and unless it was a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master using a heaven-tier battle skill, it would be impossible to break it. But when he thought about how the azure sword chi could easily destroy Karaga's saint armament, he felt a burst of uncertainty. This time, he began to doubt for the first time. Could the holy armor on his body really block the azure sword chi? It was a long story, but Czar's thoughts were completed in an instant. The azure sword chi shot into Czar's chest without the slightest obstruction. Silently, a small hole appeared in the holy armor on Czar's body. The azure sword chi directly entered his body through the small hole. Czar let out a muffled groan before his entire body began to violently tremble. As soon as the tiny azure sword chi entered his body, it immediately began to rampage through his body. Wherever it passed, Czar's organs would all be crushed. Zar angrily roared at the sky as the veins on his forehead bulged. He used all the saint force in his body to wrap around the sword chi that was rampaging through his body in an attempt to destroy it. However, although the sword chi was small, it was so powerful that it made Zar feel fear. He used all the saint force in his body to wrap around the sword chi, but not only was it unable to destroy it, it was instead destroyed by the sword chi. It was simply impossible to destroy it. The sword chi continued to rampage through Zar's body, constantly destroying his life force. The insides of the human body were the weakest and most fatal parts of the body. Under the sword chi's crazy destruction, Zar was heavily injured in just a breath's time. What kind of strange power is this? Quick, take it back! Take it back! Zar's eyes suddenly revealed a look of fear as he yelled at Jianchen. This was because the azure sword chi was actually heading towards his heart. Once the sword chi got close to his heart would be crushed like tofu. Even if he was a radiant warrior, there was no way he would be able to survive. A faint silver light flashed as the light wind sword returned to Jianchen's hand. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of exhaustion. His body slightly swayed, and in a flash, he appeared in front of the pained Zar. He extended his hand and gently placed it on Zar's chest. When Jianchen's hand touched Zar's chest, the sword chi that was wreaking havoc in Zar's body suddenly turned into a docile little lamb. Then, like a very obedient child, it obediently returned to Jianchen's body through Jianchen's hand and returned to the sword spirits in his dantian. Finding that the sword chi that was wreaking havoc in his body had already disappeared, Zar let out a sigh of relief. He stared at Jianchen in shock and asked with a trembling voice, "What kind of power is this? It's actually so strong. No wonder it could break through my radiant sacred armor so easily." "Zar, it seems that I've won this battle," Jianchen said with a smile. Zar knew that Jianchen wouldn't say anything about the sword chi, so he didn't waste any more time on it. He dispiritedly nodded and said, "You've won." After saying that, the radiant sacred armor on Zar's body disappeared. Only now could Zar's face be seen clearly. His face was pale and his expression was gloomy. The clothes in front of his chest had already been dyed red with blood. That was where the sword chi had attacked. At this moment, the barrier that enveloped the entire ring suddenly vanished. Then, the referee's aged voice rang out from the sky. It was loud and dignified, resounding through the entire sky. Everyone in Mercenary City could hear it clearly. "I now announce that the final victor of this year's mercenary tournament will be Jianchen. At the same time, he will become the mercenary king of this year's mercenary tournament. He will receive a Medal of Honor personally issued by Mercenary City. At the same time, he will be rewarded with a high-grade Heaven-tier battle skill, a high-grade cultivation method, and half a year of cultivation in the Sacred Land. If his mercenary group hasn't reached Class A yet, they will automatically be promoted to Class A." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ming Dong finally let out a sigh of relief. A happy smile appeared on his face, while Qin Shao and the others cheered loudly in excitement. They excitedly hugged Senior and Seniorin. Not only would the champion of the mercenary tournament be rewarded generously, but they would also receive a Medal of Honor issued by Mercenary City, representing the Mercenary King. Many of the peak Heaven Saint Masters below the ring became envious when they heard about the generous rewards for first place. It was a high-grade Heaven-tier battle skill, infinitely close to the legendary Saint-tier battle skills. Let alone a high-grade Heaven-tier battle skill, there were very few people who possessed a basic Heaven-tier battle skill among the Heaven Saint Masters below the ring. This was because these powerful battle skills were basically in the possession of large organizations and clans. It would be extremely difficult for Heaven Saint Masters without a powerful background to obtain a basic Heaven-tier battle skill. Yet now, a brat who was only an Earth Saint Master had obtained a high-grade Heaven-tier battle skill just by taking first place in the mercenary tournament. How could the Heaven Saint Masters, who could not obtain a basic Heaven tier battle skill even after working their entire lives, not feel envious? Sigh, this high-grade Heaven tier battle skill was obtained far too easily. To think that I've roamed the Tian Yuan continent for over 100 years, I've only used high-grade Earth tier battle skills. I wonder when I'll be able to obtain a Heaven tier battle skill. A white-haired old man muttered to himself. His gaze toward Jianchen was filled with envy. He was a Heaven Saint Master. Sacred grounds. That's a place that even legendary saint rulers yearn for. I've heard that there are quite a few legendary saint tier battle skills hidden there. I wonder if that's true. It's just a pity that I won't be able to go in and take a look in my lifetime. Another Heaven Saint Master sighed. Jian Chun and Czar both left the arena through the space gate at the same time. With a flash of light, Jian Chun walked out of the space gate and found himself standing in the center of a large hall. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was standing 5 meters in front of him with a smile on his face. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. The old man was dressed in plain clothes. He calmly looked at Jianchen and said with a smile, "Jianchen, congratulations on becoming this year's mercenary king. I will take you to the armory to choose your Heaven tier battle skill and Heaven tier cultivation method. Come with me. Then I'll have to trouble Senior to lead the way." Jianchen cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He then followed the old man to the back of the hall. Chapter 340. Jianchen became even more interested in the sacred grounds after hearing what the old man had said. He wondered just what was inside that was only open to saint rulers. "Senior, does the sacred grounds have legendary saint tier battle skills?" Jianchen could not help but ask out of curiosity. The old man replied, "If the sacred grounds only have saint tier battle skills, then they're not worthy of being called a sacred ground. They do have saint tier battle skills, but that's only a portion of them. Alright, don't ask any more. I can't tell you too much about the sacred ground." The two of them remained silent for the rest of the journey. Very soon, Jianchen arrived before a small pavilion with the old man. The pavilion was not large, only taking up an area of a few hundred square meters. It was 10 meters tall, and the entire pavilion was constructed from bamboo. Traces of time had already been left behind, giving off an ancient aura. It was obvious with a single glance that it had existed for quite a long time. On the door of the pavilion hung a simple signboard with the words Armory, written in a flamboyant style. Jianchen studied the building and was secretly surprised. He had never thought that the bamboo building would actually be the arsenal where Heaven tier battle skills were stored. It did not seem to have any defenses at all. The bamboo definitely isn't simple. It has actually survived for so long without rotting. If it were regular bamboo, it probably would have rotted after a few decades of wind and rain, Jianchen thought. The old man who led Jianchen stopped before the entrance. He looked at the building with mixed feelings and said, "This building has already existed for countless years. It was personally constructed by the founder of Mercenary City, Mo Tianyun. It is an extremely sacred place in Mercenary City, no less than a sacred ground." Jianchen immediately became filled with respect. He carefully studied the building again. Unlike before, Jianchen's eyes were filled with solemnity and seriousness. The building before him had been personally constructed by the former greatest expert of the world, Mo Tianyun. It possessed extraordinary significance. Sigh, time is merciless. The old man suddenly sighed emotionally. After a while of silence, he turned to Jianchen and said, "This is the arsenal where our mercenary city stores a large number of books. I can only bring you up to here. Someone will receive you in the arsenal after this." "Thank you, Senior." Jianchen clasped his hands. Creak. Suddenly, the wooden door of the building opened by itself, revealing the bright space inside. Afterward, a voice rang out from inside. "Jianchen, come in and choose your reward. Also, take off your shoes and leave them outside. Do not bring any dust into the arsenal." Jianchen became slightly stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that he would need to take off his shoes to choose a battle skill in the arsenal. This was the first time he had heard of something like this. Although he found it extremely strange, Jianchen did not hesitate. He quickly took off his shoes and left them outside before entering the building barefoot. The interior of the building was extremely bright and clean. It was completely spotless. Many bookshelves were placed neatly inside, all of them bearing the marks of time. They were simple and unadorned, so it was easy to tell with a single glance that they had existed for many years. However, due to the unique material of the bookshelves, they had not decayed. There were many bookshelves in the arsenal, basically taking up the entire building. Every single book was completely made from beast hide. They varied in thickness, with the thicker ones being 3 inches thick, while the thinner ones only having around a dozen pages. Jianchen looked around and quickly discovered a figure. It was an old man in gray robes. He stood in the middle of the bookshelves, carefully taking out every single book and gently wiping them. He was extremely serious. In his eyes, the books seemed to be peerless treasures. Jianchen stood there silently. He did not disturb the old man. Although the old man seemed extremely ordinary, giving off the feeling that he was an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts, Jianchen was not naive enough to believe that the old man was an ordinary person. There were heaven-tier battle skills hidden in the arsenal, so how could someone who could guard the arsenal be an ordinary person? The old man did not seem to notice Jianchen's arrival. He continued to focus on taking out books from the bookshelves. After carefully wiping them, he put them back to their original state and repeated the action. Fortunately, the old man did not make Jianchen wait for too long. Once he finished wiping all the books on the bookshelves, he slowly made his way towards Jianchen at a steady pace. "I am Jianchen. Greetings, senior." Jianchen hurriedly clasped his hands when he saw the old man walking towards him. However, the old man did not even glance at Jianchen. He walked past him and said, "The heaven-tier battle skills are all on the top floor. Come with me." "Yes, senior." Jianchen did not dare to tarry and hurriedly followed behind the old man. "You have to be careful. Don't damage anything here," said the old man. The old man in front spoke. Although his tone was calm, it contained a kind of irresistible majesty. Jianchen hurriedly nodded. He also knew how important this pavilion was to the elders of Mercenary City. If he really damaged this pavilion, even the slightest bit, there would probably be a lot of trouble. Jianchen carefully followed behind the old man. He knew how precious this pavilion was. Even his footsteps were very light, not daring to step too heavily. Soon, Jianchen followed the old man to the highest floor of the pavilion. There were 4 bookshelves there, and the number of books on the shelves varied. The bigger ones had several hundred books, while the smaller ones only had a few dozen books. The old man suddenly pulled out a thin booklet and passed it to Jianchen. He said, "All the heaven-tier battle skills and cultivation methods are recorded here. There are notes on the back of each cultivation method. You can tell me once you've made your choice." Jianchen took the booklet from the old man and flipped through it page by page. The old man was right. The booklet recorded the names of the various heavens in the heaven realm, as well as their characteristics and functions. In such a small booklet, there were actually several dozen heaven-tier battle skills, and there were actually over 100 heaven-tier cultivation methods. Jianchen was dumbfounded as he read through it all. He was astounded. Heaven-tier battle skills were extremely valuable outside. Every single one of them was a treasure, and their value could not be measured with money. However, heaven-tier battle skills were as common as rice in the armory of Mercenary City. There were several dozen of them. If this matter made it out, the entire Tianyuan continent would probably be shaken up. "Senior, there are so many heaven-tier battle skills here. Has no one ever come to steal them?" Suddenly, Jianchen asked an idiotic question. A sliver of disdain appeared in the old man's eyes when he heard that, but he said nothing. Only now did Jianchen realize that he had asked a very idiotic question. It was not that no one coveted the battle skills in Mercenary City, but that no one had the ability to steal them. Afterward, Jianchen no longer wasted any more words. He began to carefully choose the battle skills and cultivation method. After an incense stick's worth of time, Jianchen finally chose a high-grade heaven-tier battle skill and a high-grade cultivation method and reported them to the old man. Without saying anything else, the old man directly walked to the bookshelves and took out 2 books. He handed them to Jianchen and said, "These are what you want." Jianchen extended his trembling hands to receive the 2 books, one thick and one thin. These were a high-level heaven-tier battle skill and a high-level heaven-tier cultivation method. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would be able to obtain a heaven-tier battle skill so easily. The heaven-tier battle skill that Jianchen had chosen was called the 9-layered clouds. It was a high-level heaven-tier battle skill that was suitable for anyone to learn. It was not like some other battle skills that had extremely strict requirements on the attribute of Saint Force and the weapon used. The 9-layered clouds had a total of 9 forms, and the power of each form was multiplied. It was said that the 9th form, which was the strongest, had the ability to shatter the heavens. Its power could be described as earth-shaking. After leaving the armory, the old man who had led Jianchen the way continued to wait outside. Afterward, Jianchen returned with the old man. On the way back, the old man said, "The sacred grounds will open in 3 days. Someone will come pick you up in 3 days, so it's best if you don't leave Mercenary City during these 3 days." "Yes, Senior." The old man did not bring Jianchen back to the original hall. Instead, he brought Jianchen to a space door and had Jianchen leave through it. Looking at the space door in front of him, Jianchen muttered to himself. Could it be that he was not in Mercenary City but in another space? With these questions in mind, Jianchen directly stepped through the space door and appeared in front of the huge square in the center of Mercenary City. Unlike before, the huge ring in the center of the square had disappeared without a trace. It had probably sunk into the ground again. The square was still surrounded by a sea of people. Less than 2 hours had passed since the end of the competition, but the spectators had not all left yet. Although not much time had passed since the end of the tournament, Mercenary City had already announced the top 10 experts of this year's Mercenary Tournament. A large white canvas was hung in the air, and on it were written in black calligraphy. They were the names of the top 10 winners of this year's Mercenary Tournament. First place was naturally Jianchen, hanging high up at the top of the list. Second place was Czar, and third place was Mingdong. "Look, isn't that the living first place of this year's tournament, Jianchen?" Suddenly, a sharp-eyed young man discovered Jianchen and immediately cried out in surprise. Hearing his voice, the surrounding people all looked over. The white-clothed Jianchen immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. All sorts of gazes of envy, jealousy, and worship were directed at Jianchen. A few pretty young girls looked at Jianchen with undisguised adoration. Chapter 341. Jianchen pushed through the crowd and finally squeezed through the sea of people with great effort before returning to the inn he had rested in earlier. In the inn, there were still people eating in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting with each other. The content of their conversation, without exception, revolved around Jianchen and the rewards for the champion of the Mercenary Tournament. "I never thought that first place would actually be taken by Jianchen. I heard that he's only a 2nd cycle Earth Saint Master, but he actually defeated Czar, a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master with Saint Force of the Light attribute. Unbelievable." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He looked gentle and refined, with a dignified appearance. At first glance, he looked like an intellectual who had read a lot of books and poems. "Yeah, I never thought that Jianchen would actually be able to defeat Czar, causing me to lose 3,000 purple coins. If I had known earlier that Jianchen would win, I would have bet on Jianchen winning." A burly man fiercely gulped down a mouthful of strong alcohol. His face was filled with indignation, as if he was still angry about the 3,000 purple coins he had lost. Haha, Hu Zi, your 3,000 purple coins are nothing. Compared to someone who lost 1,000,000 purple coins, it's just a drop in the ocean. The refined middle-aged man chuckled. Sitting at another table were 4 middle-aged men dressed as mercenaries. One of them let out a long sigh and lamented, "Sigh, that's a heaven-tier battle skill. To think that we wouldn't even be able to obtain a heaven-tier battle skill in our entire lives, yet it was so easily obtained by Jianchen. I'm so envious." Brother, we can only blame ourselves for being born at a bad time. Otherwise, we would have been able to participate in the mercenary tournament as well. In your dreams, do you think first place is so easy to obtain? Didn't you see that many people who were much stronger than us were eliminated from the top 10? Even if we participated in the mercenary tournament right now, it would be very difficult for us to enter the top 100. That's right. Without abnormal strength, it's best not to think about this problem. With how large the Tianyuan continent is, there's no lack of geniuses, especially those who have been nurtured by large organizations since they were young. Every single one of them has abnormal strength, reaching the Earth Saint Master realm at such a young age and possessing profound cultivation methods and powerful battle skills. Didn't you see that person called Jianchen? He grasped a high-level heaven-tier battle skill at such a young age, yet he was only ranked 3rd. Thinking about it, that first-place Jianchen should be even stronger. He should at least have the strength to contend against a Heaven Saint Master. The few people in the restaurant were discussing animatedly, letting out sighs of envy and jealousy that couldn't be said. At this moment, a sharp-eyed person saw Jianchen walk into the inn and immediately cried out, "Everyone look, isn't that Jianchen who obtained first place in the mercenary tournament?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were still eating in the inn all turned their gazes to the entrance. They all stared at Jianchen, who was wearing cheap white clothes. The originally noisy inn instantly fell silent. Being stared at by so many people, Jianchen did not feel uncomfortable at all. He was already used to being stared at like this. Afterwards, Jianchen calmly walked up the stairs. When Jianchen disappeared down the stairs, the quiet people below immediately began to quietly discuss. Jianchen actually came to this inn. Do you think he's also staying here? This Jianchen is just too young. I can tell with a single glance that he's born into a large family. His natural advantages are much greater than ours. Not only is he young and promising, he's also so handsome. Jianchen was able to defeat 6th Cycle Earth Saint Master Czar at such a young age. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. The prize for first place in the mercenary tournament is definitely on Jianchen. He has at least a high-level heaven-tier battle skill and a high-level heaven-tier cultivation method on him. How enviable! Watch what you say. Be careful of what you say. Don't you know what you should say and what you shouldn't say? Some of the diners were whispering to each other while the 2 busy waiters said excitedly, "Quickly go and inform the manager that the king of mercenaries, Jianchen, is actually staying in our inn. This is a joyous occasion." Arriving on the 2nd floor of the inn, Jianchen was directly pulled into a room by Qin Shao and the others. They had already prepared a room filled with all sorts of delicacies to congratulate Jianchen for obtaining first place in the mercenary tournament. At the table, everyone who had interacted with Jianchen before was present. Dugu Feng, Tianmu Ling, Qin Ji, Yunzheng, Senior N, Ming Dong, Qin Shao, and the Zither Master had all been waiting for a long time. Other than them, even the great elder of the Tianqin clan sat there with a smile. Everyone who had interacted with Jianchen before, aside from Huang Luan, had already gathered there. At the table, everyone congratulated Jianchen. Even the great elder of the Tianqin clan's attitude towards Jianchen had changed quite a bit. He had already placed Jianchen on an extremely high level in his heart. He spoke humbly to Jianchen, Qin Ji, and Tianmu Ling without putting on any airs. This was because the three people at the table were people that the Tianqin clan could not afford to offend. Dugu Feng, Qin Ji, and Tianmu Ling all had extremely powerful organizations behind them. This organization was so powerful that the Tianqin clan could not afford to offend them. In particular, Qin Ji's identity was extremely special. After the meal, everyone left one after another. Ming Dong and Jianchen returned to Jianchen's room together. Ming Dong said, "Jianchen, I'll be leaving with my Uncle Tian in a few days to bring my parents over. As a result, we might not be able to be together for a while." "It's fine. Go without worry. I just happen to need to enter the sacred land in 3 days, so I'll be delayed for half a year." Jianchen chuckled and waved his hand without minding at all. Ming Dong sat down beside Jianchen and asked, "Jianchen, I still don't know where you live after knowing you for so long. Do you want me to pass on a message to your parents?" Jianchen's expression immediately became mixed when he heard that. Ming Dong's words had awakened the memories hidden in the depths of Jianchen's head. Scenes from the past constantly appeared in his head. "It's been quite a few years since I left. I wonder if Mother and the others are doing well. There's also my brother, Changyang Hu, and my sister, Changyang Mingyue, who's always been very concerned about me. I wonder how they're doing. Changyang Mingyue should be getting married by now. It's a pity that I can't attend her wedding." Jianchen became lost in thought. He could not help but think about the past. Now, he suddenly discovered that he wanted to go home very much. He wanted to go home and see his family. It had been quite a few years since he left Changyang Prefecture. A strange light flickered through Ming Dong's eyes when he saw Jianchen become lost in thought. He could tell from Jianchen's expression that there was probably a story behind Jianchen. Ming Dong placed one hand on Jianchen's shoulder and looked at him in concern. He softly asked, "Jianchen, what's wrong? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I will definitely do my best to help you. Even if I can't help you, I can ask Uncle Tian for help." Jianchen's heart warmed when he heard Ming Dong's words. He gently shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just thought of a few things from the past." Jianchen wanted to resolve the matter of the Huayun sect with his own strength. Although he knew that if he asked Ming Dong's Uncle Tian for help, the matter would be resolved very quickly. He might even be able to resolve the crisis the kingdom of Jessen was currently facing. However, he did not want to do that. The Huayun sect had forced him to leave home alone at the age of 15. This was an unforgettable hatred for Jianchen. He needed to resolve it with his own strength. He needed to use his own strength to make the Huayun sect come back to life. He didn't need to rely on external help. Jianchen inwardly sighed. He took out the heaven-seizing fortune art from his spatial ring and said, "Ming Dong, your home isn't far from the kingdom of Jessen. So, I hope that when you return, you can make a trip to the kingdom of Jessen and personally hand this heaven-tier battle skill to the Patriarch of Lore Cities, Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ba." Jianchen originally wanted to ask Ming Dong to bring back the heaven-tier battle skill 9 layered clouds that he had just obtained from the armory. But after thinking about it, he decided to only bring back the heaven-tier battle skill seizing fortune art. Because heaven-tier battle skills were just too precious, he was afraid that the news of Changyang Prefecture having 2 heaven-tier battle skills would spread and attract the attention of some people. Although the Changyang Prefecture wasn't weak, they still didn't have the power to protect both heaven-tier battle skills, especially when one of them was a high-tier battle skill. So, Jianchen decided to only let Ming Dong bring back one heaven-tier battle skill. Because of the heaven-seizing fortune art's special nature, it would be very difficult for others to notice that it was a heaven-tier battle skill. This was a battle skill that directly increased one's fighting strength. It was very hard to tell from its appearance, and it was very hidden. It wasn't like other heaven-tier battle skills that would create a world-shaking aura when used. Ming Dong took the heaven-seizing fortune art from Jianchen and tightly held it in his hand. He solemnly said, "Don't worry, Jianchen. I will definitely personally hand this battle skill over to Changyang Prefecture's Changyang Ba. Remember, the matter of the heaven-tier battle skill must be kept a secret. Ming Dong left in a hurry. The next morning, he was respectfully invited away by a young man from Mercenary City. At the same time, the Zither Master and the Zither Master left Mercenary City with the Great Elder of the Tianqin clan. Although Tianzhou didn't show up, the Great Elder was certain that something had happened to Tianzhou. Apart from letting out a sorrowful sigh, he didn't pursue the matter any further. It was very common for accidents to happen when collecting tokens. Even if he knew that Tianzhou had been killed, he wouldn't be able to find the culprit. Dugu Feng also bid farewell to Jianchen before leaving Mercenary City with his ruler armament in the company of several elders. Before leaving, Jianchen also left the meeting location. Chapter 342. A red couplet hung high above the inn where Jianchen was temporarily staying. There was a line of words written on it, which was nothing more than praise for the current mercenary king, Jianchen. It also stated that the mercenary king Jianchen was currently staying in the inn. Not only did it praise Jianchen, but it was also a small advertisement for the inn, increasing its fame. The owner of the inn generously waived all of Jianchen's expenses, treating Jianchen like the ruler of a kingdom. He was so respectful that even Jianchen was not used to it. There were many times when he wanted to move. Now that the mercenary tournament had just ended, Jianchen obviously became the focus of everyone's attention. Basically everyone in Mercenary City knew that Jianchen was temporarily staying in the inn called Kulai Xiang after the owner's actions. Many people wandered around the inn in order to catch a glimpse of Jianchen's elegance up close or for other reasons. Some even sat in the inn for long periods of time. In short, the clever owner of the inn had successfully made the unknown famous in Mercenary City. As Jianchen's residence was exposed, countless people came to visit him in the beginning. Many people invited him warmly, but in the end, Jianchen did not get tired of it. He closed his door and told the owner that he needed to rest for the next few days and would not see any guests. At the same time, he forbade anyone from visiting him, or he would move. The owner of the inn was quite frightened by Jianchen's request. He had finally managed to get a god to stay in his tiny territory, so how could he let Jianchen leave so easily? As a result, he agreed to Jianchen's request without hesitation. He sent a few workers to completely seal off the floor where Jianchen stayed, forbidding anyone from going up. Even if Jianchen was a peak Heaven Saint Master, they would not let him pass. After all, this was Mercenary City, so no one dared to start a fight here. In the past few days, Jianchen had shut himself in his room and devoted himself to learning the illusory flash. Although he could already use the basics of the illusory flash, he still hadn't grasped the basic. The illusory flash was extremely profound. It was several times more complex and difficult to understand than the heaven-seizing fortune art. Therefore, after these past few days, Jianchen still hadn't grasped the basics. He had only grasped a little bit of it. Even so, his speed had increased by a lot. As his understanding of the illusory flash deepened, Jianchen felt more and more that he might be able to travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant if he really did reach the highest level of the illusory flash. 3 days passed in a hurry. Early in the morning, an internal member of Mercenary City found Jianchen and politely invited Jianchen out. Jianchen followed the youth to a palace-like building near the plaza. The person who received Jianchen had already changed. It was a middle-aged man with a resolute expression. "Esteemed Sir Jianchen, I have come to receive you on the orders of the elders. Please follow me." The middle-aged man had a respectful expression as he led Jianchen through one building after another until they finally arrived at a spatial door. "Esteemed Sir Jianchen, you need to go through this spatial door to another space. The elders are all there," said the middle-aged man. Jianchen thanked him and directly stepped into the spatial door. Jianchen had already experienced the power of Mercenary City, so when he heard that he needed to go through a spatial door to another space, he didn't find it strange at all. He was already numb to it. With a flash of light, Jianchen reappeared in a garden filled with the fragrance of flowers. 50 meters in front of him, 2 white-robed old men sat there playing chess. Jianchen recognized both of them. One of them was the person who had given out tokens to the several 100,000 participants that day, as well as the mysterious referee at the end of the single elimination tournament. The other was the old man who had led him to the armory to choose battle skills. Jianchen looked around again and discovered that he was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Countless multicolored butterflies swam through the flowers, making it seem like a paradise. Apart from the 2 old men in the pavilion up ahead, there was no one else. Jianchen knew what to do without even thinking. He gently made his way to the pavilion and watched the 2 old men play chess quietly. He said nothing, nor did he make any noise. The 2 old men continued to play chess calmly. They were completely focused on their game, as if they had not noticed Jianchen at all. Jianchen waited for over 2 hours. The 2 old men finally finished their game as well. A sliver of helplessness appeared on their faces. It's actually a draw again. Old Hui, it seems like it won't be easy for the 2 of us to decide the victor in this game. The old man who led Jianchen to the armory smiled bitterly. He picked up the chess pieces one by one and placed them into the box. The old man called Old Hui also had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "That's right. The 2 of us are on par with each other. It will be difficult to determine the victor." Very soon, the 2 old men cleaned up the chess pieces and stood up at the same time. The old man who had led Jianchen to the armory glanced at the sky and said, "It's about time. We should go." Old Hui nodded, "Then let's go. Kid, come with us." The last sentence was obviously for Jianchen. "Yes, senior." Jianchen hurriedly clasped his hands. The 2 old men before him were peak heaven saint masters at the very least, especially the old man who was the referee. Jianchen had wondered whether he was a saint ruler or not more than once. Jianchen was as insignificant as an ant before someone like that. Old Hui chuckled when he heard Jianchen call him senior. "Kid, you're called Jianchen, right? You can just call me the 13th elder. You can call this person the 18th elder. There's no need to call him senior." "Yes, elders." Jianchen hurriedly clasped his hands. At the same time, he was surprised by how many elders there were in Mercenary City. He had never thought that the 18th elder would actually be the 18th elder. Jianchen followed the 2 old men through the world of flowers. After traveling over a dozen kilometers, he left through a space gate in the end. When he reappeared, Jianchen had already arrived on a desolate plain. A tall altar stood nearby. There were many spirit tablets on the altar, numbering in the thousands. In front of those altars, there were already 8 people who had arrived early. Each of them stood there in a daze, looking at the spirit tablets in a trance. Among the 8 people, there was a middle-aged man with a medium build, a middle-aged woman who seemed to be in her 40s, and an old woman who seemed to be in her 70s or 80s at the very least. The remaining 5 people were all old men in their 80s without exception. The 8 of them had completely returned to their original state. Their presences were completely concealed, making them seem ordinary. There was nothing special about them at all. These 8 people are all internal elders of Mercenary City. They hold important statuses in Mercenary City, the 8th elder whispered to Jianchen. Jianchen immediately became stern. Sure enough, no one who could make it here was ordinary. The sacred land will only open at noon. Let's wait here for a while. Moreover, apart from us old men, there are many other capable friends of Mercenary City who haven't come yet, the 8th elder said in a low voice. The 8th elder said in a low voice. Then, he and the 18th elder arrived in front of the altar and looked at the memorial tablet in a daze. Jianchen stood behind them silently. However, he studied the spirit tablets curiously. He was extremely curious. At this moment, the sound of something rushing through the air rang out in the distance. A woman in an azure dress quickly flew over from afar with a zither in her arms. She landed near Jianchen very soon. The woman was tall and slender, with a head of black hair that cascaded down naturally. Her face was covered with a green veil, and only a pair of limpid eyes could be seen. Her eyes were bright and captivating. Her slender fingers gently stroked the strings of the zither, as delicate as fine jade. Her slender waist was incomparably soft, and gently swayed along with her graceful steps. Even though he couldn't see her face, just the figure that was revealed was enough to determine that this woman must be a devastatingly beautiful woman who could cause the downfall of a country. The woman walked behind the elders of Mercenary City leisurely and said, "I've come to disturb you again." The woman's voice was extremely beautiful. It was as pleasant as the heavens, yet it also seemed like heavenly music. It was impossible for it to exist in this world. Jianchen became dazed when he heard the woman's voice. He had never thought that there would actually be such a beautiful voice in the world. It was indescribably beautiful. A voice like that should not exist in this world. The elders of Mercenary City all turned around when they heard the woman's voice. The middle-aged man immediately clasped his hands and smiled. After 50 years, the heavenly enchantress is even more beautiful than before. The woman replied, "You're too kind, 15th elder. Heavenly enchantress, after 50 years, you're even more beautiful than before." The middle-aged woman also smiled at the woman. Her eyes were filled with amazement. The heavenly enchantress is a peerless beauty. She's beautiful enough to outshine the moon and embarrass the flowers. She's a true goddess on the Tian-Yuan continent. In terms of beauty, all flowers pale in comparison to the heavenly enchantress, an old man chuckled. Hearing this, the rest of the people also revealed a trace of a smile on their faces, and they all praised the green-clothed woman. The heavenly enchantress, the heavenly enchantress. Is this woman the heavenly enchantress that the second young lady of the Tianqin clan spoke of? Hearing what the elders said, Jian Chen's body trembled. He stared at the beautiful woman in disbelief. His heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to remain calm. Chapter 343. Jianchen had heard about the heavenly enchantress from the second miss of the Tianqin clan before. The heavenly enchantress was a legendary woman on the Tian-Yuan continent. She was peerless in her generation and devastatingly beautiful. Her zither skills were unrivaled. She could make many experts on the Tian-Yuan continent pale when they talked about her. Just the sound of her zither was enough to make people lose themselves in illusions and even obliterate their souls, leading to the destruction of their souls. Besides that, the heavenly enchantress had played a song in the air above the battlefield in order to stop a war between two countries. In just a few seconds, she had made over 1 million soldiers sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It was extremely terrifying. The heavenly enchantress had become a saint ruler long ago, and was now a saint ruler. A person like her had already stood at the apex of the Tian-Yuan continent, looking down on all life. Jianchen had never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the heavenly enchantress today. He struggled to remain calm because of this. After all, this was a saint ruler standing in front of him. Moreover, she was a legendary woman. Although the heavenly enchantress had covered her face, it was not enough to hide her beauty. Just her slender figure was indescribably beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating. It was as if she should not exist in this world. Even with Jianchen's willpower, he struggled to shift his gaze away from the heavenly enchantress the moment he saw her. It was as if she was the only thing in the world. Although she just stood there, she was enough to make the world lose its color and flowers wither. The heavenly enchantress seemed to notice Jianchen's gaze. She slightly turned her head and glanced at Jianchen. Surprise flashed through her eyes and she softly said in a melodious voice, "Elders, this must be the king of the mercenaries this year." The 8th elder chuckled. The heavenly enchantress has guessed correctly. He's Jianchen, the king of the mercenaries this year. Although he's only an Earth Saint Master of the first cycle, his potential is limitless. His future accomplishments will definitely not be any weaker than ours." The heavenly enchantress nodded slightly before falling silent. She seemed to have lost interest in Jianchen. She stared at the altar filled with memorial tablets in a daze. The light in her eyes seemed to become rather dazed. Jianchen was slightly surprised by how the elders treated the heavenly enchantress as equals. He could not help but think of what the 13th elder had said. The sacred grounds were only open to saint rulers. If anyone below saint ruler wanted to enter, they had to obtain the title of king of the mercenaries. In other words, the 10 elders of Mercenary City are all saint rulers. Even the 13th elder who brought me to the armory is a saint ruler, Jianchen thought to himself. When he reached this conclusion, even Jianchen felt inexplicably shocked. These were 10 saint rulers. Mercenary City was actually so powerful that it was terrifying. Afterwards, another dozen or so people arrived one after another. From how the 10 elders of Mercenary City addressed them, Jianchen understood their identities. Other than the 2 elders of Mercenary City, the others all belonged to other organizations. They all seemed to have special ties with Mercenary City. Now, there were 26 people present aside from Jianchen. There were both men and women, and most of them were old people in their 70s. There were also a few middle-aged men who seemed to be in their 40s. However, the person who attracted the most attention was still the heavenly enchantress. She stood out among the crowd with her beauty. Now, there was still an hour before noon. At this time, another person flew over and landed in front of everyone. It was a young man. He wore luxurious white robes and seemed to be in his 20s. He was extremely young. The young man was handsome, enough to be compared to Jianchen. However, his handsomeness possessed a hint of femininity, which was very different from Jianchen's masculine handsomeness. As soon as the young man landed, he smiled resplendently and made his way toward the azure-robed heavenly enchantress. He clasped his hands and said, "Heavenly enchantress, we haven't seen each other in 50 years. You really are becoming more and more beautiful." The young man looked at the heavenly enchantress with deep infatuation. He did not even try to hide the adoration in his eyes. The heavenly enchantress frowned slightly when she heard that. A sliver of disgust appeared in her eyes, and she did not even glance at the young man. She nonchalantly replied, "Thank you for your praise, King Qijian." The young man did not mind the heavenly enchantress' attitude at all. He arrived in front of the heavenly enchantress with a smile and stared at her watery eyes in infatuation. Suddenly, his voice became extremely gentle. "Heavenly enchantress, we've known each other for 200 years now. When can I invite you to visit Three Saint Island? I've long heard that the heavenly enchantress lives on Three Saint Island, an otherworldly paradise. There's no conflict there, no deception. There's only a group of peaceful fishermen. It's a paradise that has transcended the mortal world, which is something that even I yearn for. I've always wanted to live a life without conflict and intrigue." Hearing Bai Shou's words, the 20 or so people present revealed helpless expressions. Bai Shou's admiration for the heavenly enchantress was no secret among them. Back then, Bai Shou's appearance was that of a middle-aged man. From the moment he saw the heavenly enchantress, he fell in love with her at first sight. After returning, he used a secret technique to forcefully change his appearance to his current appearance. His goal was to win the heavenly enchantress's heart. Unfortunately, the heavenly enchantress completely ignored Bai Shou's passion. Moreover, she was always indifferent to Bai Shou's passion. Over time, Bai Shou actually started to loathe heavenly enchantress. "Apologies, King Qijian. Our Three Saint Island does not welcome outsiders," the heavenly enchantress said coldly. King Qijian did not become discouraged. He said innocently, "Heavenly enchantress, am I an outsider as well?" "Of course." The heavenly enchantress replied without any hesitation, not giving King Qijian any face at all. King Qijian's eyes revealed a sliver of helplessness when he saw how cold the heavenly enchantress was. He raised his head to the sky and sighed before standing silently beside the heavenly enchantress. He had already lost count of how many times he had been rejected in his pursuit of the heavenly enchantress. However, no matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. At this moment, the space in front of the altar began to fluctuate in an extremely unstable manner. Surging waves of energy slowly gathered without anyone guiding them. It's noon. The sacred land is about to open, an elder of Mercenary City said loudly. Everyone's gazes gathered there at practically the same time. The energy there became denser and denser, more and more powerful. In the end, even the space seemed to be unable to withstand it and began to distort. After a few breaths of time, the energy there finally surpassed the limits of what the space could withstand. Space was torn apart, and the surging energy forcefully opened a 10-meter-wide door. Inside the door was chaos, and nothing could be seen. The door to the sacred land has opened. Everyone, go in. An elder from Mercenary City called out to everyone before bowing respectfully to the sacred land's gate. He strode in and disappeared into the chaotic sacred land's gate. After that, the rest of the elders of Mercenary City bowed respectfully to the gate of the Holy Land before disappearing into the gate of the Holy Land. Once all the elders of Mercenary City had entered, the saint rulers all followed the example of the elders of Mercenary City. They respectfully and sincerely bowed to the door before entering in the end. Jianchen was the last one to enter. Although he did not understand why everyone had to bow to the door, he also followed their example and bowed to the door before stepping into the chaotic door. When Jianchen appeared once again, he discovered that he was standing in a rather gloomy place. The air there was different from outside. It was a little colder and moist. Jianchen looked around and discovered that he could not see the sky above him. There was a huge rock 100 meters above him. He seemed to be standing in the middle of a hollowed-out mountain. A translucent, crystal-like object hovered in the air above the mountain. It shone with a hazy white light and pulsed with extremely pure energy. The eighth elder just happened to be beside Jianchen. Jianchen asked out of curiosity, "Eighth elder, is this the sacred land?" The eighth elder nodded, "Yes, this is the sacred land. You must have seen that it's in the middle of a mountain." "Correct, the sacred land is indeed in the middle of a mountain. It's in an independent space created by the city lord of Mercenary City, Mo Tianyun. The only way to enter the sacred land is through the only naturally formed door. There's no other way aside." Jianchen carefully studied the sacred land again. He had never thought that it would be related to Mo Tianyun again. At this moment, the eighth elder looked at the translucent object hovering in the air and slowly raised his hand. The object seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, slowly drifting toward the eighth elder's hand. In the end, it hovered before the eighth elder's hand. Jianchen looked at the object and saw that it was a triangular object. It was only the size of a thumb and was translucent like a crystal. It emitted extremely pure energy, as if the entire crystal was formed from pure energy. "Eighth elder, what is this?" Jianchen could not help but ask out of curiosity. Chapter 344. This item is nurtured in the sacred grounds, and only one is produced once every 50 years. We call this item the mercenary's heart, and it's only given to the mercenary king. It's just not announced to the public, explained the eighth elder. The eighth elder explained, the mercenary's heart is completely condensed from the energy of the sacred grounds through an extremely special method. If you absorb it, not only will your strength greatly increase, but it will also strengthen your mental force. However, this is only effective for saint rulers and below. The weaker you are, the greater the benefit. With that, the eighth elder placed the mercenary's heart in Jianchen's hand. He said, "Directly swallow it and then refine it in the first region. Your strength should increase by quite a bit." "Yes, eighth elder," Jianchen did not hesitate and directly swallowed the thumb-sized mercenary's heart. Remember, the mercenary's heart must be completely refined in the sacred grounds. If you leave the sacred grounds with the mercenary's heart, the energy within it will rapidly disperse, the eighth elder reminded Jianchen seriously. I understand. Thank you for your reminder, eighth elder. Jianchen clasped his hands in thanks, but he was surprised inside. The mercenary's heart was just too strange. It could not be taken outside, and it was ineffective against saint rulers. It seemed like it was the strange restrictions of the mercenary's heart that made it an additional reward for the mercenary king, because only the mercenary king had the right to enter the sacred grounds below saint rulers. The sacred grounds are divided into a total of 4 regions. The flow of time in the first region is 10 times faster than outside. If you cultivate there for 10 months, only a month will have passed outside. If you just want to cultivate Saint Force or comprehend some heaven-tier battle skill, the first region is your best choice. The second region is where you comprehend the 6 origin energies of the world. It'll be much easier to comprehend origin energy there, so it won't be of much help to you right now. The third and fourth zones are where the essence of the sacred grounds lies. The most precious items of the sacred grounds are all there. The third zone contains saint-tier battle skills and some powerful cultivation methods created by seniors that are comparable to saint-tier battle skills. It's very difficult for anyone below saint ruler to comprehend them, so they're completely useless to you. As for the fourth zone, it contains all sorts of cultivation experiences left behind by the deceased seniors of Mercenary City, as well as their comprehension of cultivation in their later years. It's useless to you because you can't come into contact with things at that level. The mysteries within are not something you can understand at all. As a result, the zone most suitable for you is the first zone. Cultivating there for half a year is equivalent to cultivating outside for 5 years. The eighth elder explained to Jianchen. He was the host of this year's Mercenary Grand Tournament, so he was in charge of all these matters. He had the obligation to explain some of the matters of the Holy Land to the newcomers, and this was not a special treatment for Jianchen. After saying everything that needed to be said, the eighth elder left as well. He vanished from Jianchen's sight very quickly, leaving only Jianchen standing there in a daze. Jianchen looked around and discovered that the saint rulers who had come with him had all vanished. He was the only one standing there in the vast space. Jianchen did not want to waste any precious time. He followed the eighth elder's directions to the first zone. His priority right now was to refine the mercenary's heart within him. When Jianchen entered the first zone, he immediately felt that the space there was different from outside. He felt rather uncomfortable as soon as he entered, as if there was something Jianchen could not understand in here. This should be the first zone now. Time is 10 times faster than outside, Jianchen mumbled to himself. He did not stop walking. He constantly made his way into the depths because the energy there was denser. Very soon, Jianchen arrived in the very depth. He casually glanced around and suddenly froze. He saw an azure figure sitting 50 meters away. It was the heavenly enchantress. Jianchen stared at the heavenly enchantress from afar. Even though he could only see her back, it was unable to hide her stunning and noble presence. After a slight hesitation, Jianchen slowly made his way toward the heavenly enchantress. When he was 20 meters away from her, Jianchen suddenly felt that the energy there was even denser. As he approached the heavenly enchantress, the energy rapidly increased in density. Jianchen knew where the heavenly enchantress was without even thinking. She was in the center of the first zone, where the energy was the densest. Jianchen stopped 10 meters away from the heavenly enchantress before sitting down on the ground. Although he knew that the closer he got to the heavenly enchantress, the denser the energy would basically multiply, he did not dare to get any closer. Senior, there are saint-tier battle skills and some cultivation notes left behind in the sacred land. Why don't you go there to comprehend them instead of cultivating here? Jianshan asked the heavenly enchantress in confusion. To Saint rulers, Saint-tier battle skills and the cultivation notes left behind by their predecessors should be extremely valuable, yet the heavenly enchantress had chosen to cultivate her Saint force here. She clearly stood out from the crowd. The heavenly enchantress remained seated with her eyes closed, as if she had not heard Jianshan at all. Jianshan still did not receive an answer after quite a while. He knew that Saint rulers were probably extremely prideful, so they would not waste their breath on a puny earth Saint master like him. As a result, he did not ask any more questions and directly closed his eyes to refine the mercenary's heart within him. I've walked the path of the zither, using sound against my enemies. It's completely different from them, so the battle skills and cultivation notes are not suitable for me. They won't be of much help to me. Just as Jianshan closed his eyes, the heavenly enchantress' voice rang out in his head. Her voice was pleasant, but there was a sliver of coldness in her voice. Jianshan suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that the heavenly enchantress was still sitting there without moving at all. Her face was covered by a layer of sand that concealed her beauty. Before Jianshan could say anything, the heavenly enchantress said, "Since you're the mercenary king this time, you must have obtained a mercenary's heart. It's a rare treasure for someone of your strength. It contains fragments of the mysteries of the world, so it'll be extremely helpful to you when you reach Saint Ruler in the future." The heavenly enchantress' eyes remained closed. She did not even glance at Jianshan. "Thank you for telling me, Senior." Jianshan clasped his hands. "There's no need to call me Senior. Everyone outside calls me the heavenly enchantress," the heavenly enchantress nonchalantly replied. Her voice was just as cold as before. Afterward, the heavenly enchantress stopped talking. Jianshan lost interest after failing to obtain an answer from a few more questions. He just closed his eyes and began to refine the mercenary's heart. The mercenary's heart was extremely wondrous. Not only would absorbing the energy within increase the strength of his saint force, but it would also greatly increase his mental strength. The mercenary's heart seemed to contain an extremely wondrous energy. When Jianshan absorbed the energy, it would fuse with his soul and strengthen his mind. At the same time, it also contained some inexplicable things. It seemed to be the fragments of the mysteries of the world that the heavenly enchantress had mentioned. 1 month in the sacred ground was 10 months outside. Jianshan spent 2 months in the sacred ground before finally completely refining the mercenary's heart. His strength also rapidly increased, reaching the 3rd cycle of Earth Saint Master. He was at the peak of the 3rd cycle, infinitely close to the 4th cycle. Aside from the increase in strength, Jianshan's mind had also become much stronger. Compared to before, his mind had become a third stronger. This was an extremely terrifying number, causing Jianshan to go wild with joy. Moreover, with the complete absorption of the mercenary's heart, many more things appeared in Jianshan's mind. Sometimes they would form a mysterious light that flashed through his mind. It was very difficult to grasp. It seemed to be related to some of the mysteries of the world, but it also seemed to be something else. Jianshan could only vaguely feel it. Although he knew that these things were the fragments of the mysteries of the world that the heavenly enchantress had mentioned, Jianshan could not understand them at all. It could be said that he was completely guarding a huge treasure trove. He was unable to find the key to open it, so he could not obtain what was inside. 2 months later, when Jianshan opened his eyes, he discovered that the heavenly enchantress was still cultivating where she had been before. Jianshan stood up. Now that he had successfully refined the mercenary's heart, he planned on going to the other 3 regions to take a look. Jianshan silently left and arrived in the 2nd region. There were 6 caves in the 2nd region, all of which were different. They all radiated with the dense origin energy of the 6 elements: light, darkness, fire, earth, water, and wind. Jianshan squeezed into the cave with the origin energy of light first. It was extremely bright in there, giving off a faint feeling of heat. The light seemed like the sun in the sky, possessing a sliver of warmth. However, unlike sunlight, the light actually caused Jianchen to feel a piercing pain when it shone on Jianchen. It was as if the light could kill. Jianchen could also sense the dense radiant saint force in the cave that was filled with light origin energy. Radiant Saint Masters possessed great statuses on the Tian Yuan continent because they could control Radiant Saint Masters to heal people. A few powerful Radiant Saint Masters could revive people or even bring the dead back to life. These Radiant Saint Masters basically did not know any martial arts, so they were extremely weak. The other type of Radiant Warrior was also known as the Undying. Radiant Warriors were born with Radiant Saint Force and were extremely rare on the Tian Yuan continent. Although they could also control Radiant Saint Force, the Radiant Saint Force they controlled was forceful and domineering, lacking the gentleness of Radiant Saint Masters. As a result, they could only heal themselves and not others. At the same time, the Radiant Saint Force they possessed a very powerful offensive ability. It was an extreme form of energy that would bring them great benefits when used on themselves, but if used on others, it would become very aggressive. As a result, their healing abilities were far inferior to Radiant Saint Masters of the same level. As Jianchen sensed the gentle Radiant Saint Force in the cave, he also sensed another type of forceful Radiant Saint Force. As a result, Jianchen felt a piercing pain when the forceful light shone on him. Chapter 345. Jianchen was a Radiant Saint Master, not a Radiant Warrior. Radiant Saint Masters mainly cultivated their mental force. They used their mental force to communicate with the Radiant Saint Force in the world and control the Radiant Saint Force to heal others. However, Radiant Warriors cultivated the same way as regular cultivators, relying on absorbing energy to increase their strength. Mental force was secondary, because their healing ability increased with the increase of Saint Force in their body. It had nothing to do with mental force. As a result, the light origin energy was not of much help to Jianchen, because he was not a cultivator of Radiant Saint Force. Although Radiant Saint Master and Radiant Warrior only had a difference of 2 words, they were 2 completely different paths of cultivation. One focused on mental force, while the other focused on Saint Force in the body. Jianchen left the cave very quickly. Although he knew that the light origin energy was inside, it was only for him to comprehend. He could not benefit from staying inside at all. Moreover, he had to endure the piercing pain all over his body. Afterwards, Jianchen visited the other caves. Other than increasing his knowledge, he did not do anything else. He did not have any of these energies in his body, so he was not fated to have any of them. Very soon, Jianchen arrived at the 3rd region. The 3rd region was a huge mountain wall with 8 extremely large caves. However, these caves were very high from the ground. The lowest one was over 30 meters high, while the highest one was over 100 meters high, almost reaching the top of the cave. The entire mountain wall was as smooth as a mirror. There were no stairs. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to climb up. There were some words carved on the outside of these caves. On the lowest cave was written, "Left by the Holy Emperor, 2nd layer Martial Emperor Yunyang." On the top of the 3 highest caves were written, "Left by the Holy Emperor, 9th layer Qin Yu." Left by the Holy Emperor, 9th layer Shui Wuya. Left by the Holy Emperor, 9th layer Long Si Xiesun. Jianchen slowly glanced over the caves. It was easy to imagine the shock he felt. The 8 huge caves had actually all been left behind by the Holy Emperor, and the 3 highest caves had actually been left behind by a supreme expert like the Holy Emperor. Could it be that the Saint Emperors who left behind these caves were all from Mercenary City? Jianchen thought. Only at that moment did he truly witness the tip of the iceberg of Mercenary City's strength. Mercenary City was truly worthy of being a peak organization that had stood on the Tian Yuan continent for countless years. Not only did they possess over a dozen saint rulers, but they also possessed a supreme expert like the Holy Emperor. A colossal organization like them was like an undefeatable beast on the Tian Yuan continent. No one could kill them, At this moment, Jianshan could not help but think of the hall master he had seen in the space where he had collected the tokens. At the same time, he was the Uncle Tian that Ming Dong had mentioned. If someone like him was a saint ruler 5,000 years ago, just what level of strength had he reached 5,000 years later? Was he the Holy Emperor? Or was he the Holy Emperor? Since he was able to meet him in the competition space created by Mercenary City, did that mean that he was also a member of Mercenary City? Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed his surging emotions. Afterward, he leapt into the lowest cave. The tunnel in the cave was very long and twisted. Jianshan walked for around 300 meters before finally reaching the end. It was an extremely spacious cave, around 50 meters in both width and length. There was no light in the cave, so the cave that should have been extremely gloomy was extraordinarily bright. It was the exact same as the sunny world outside. It was impossible to find the source of the light, which added to the sense of mystery. The walls of the cave were engraved with many images of people. Every single image was extremely lifelike. The people inside performed various actions, as if they were real people. 3 people stood in the center of the cave in a daze as they stared at the images blankly. They stood there like pieces of wood, unable to move at all. One of them was the 13th elder that Jianshan recognized. Are the images engraved on the walls the legendary Saint Tier battle skills? Jianshan muttered to himself. He then walked over to the 3 of them and stood in the middle of the cave like the 3 of them. He stared at the pictures on the wall for a long time, but he couldn't understand anything. He couldn't make out anything at all. Jianshan, why have you come here? Didn't the 8th elder tell you to cultivate in the first region? Suddenly, the 13th elder's voice rang out in Jianshan's ears. The 13th elder's voice was filled with surprise. 13th elder, I'm just looking around. I heard the 8th elder say that the 3rd region is filled with Saint Tier battle skills. Are the images on the walls the Saint Tier battle skills? Jianshan whispered. He was afraid of disturbing the other 2, so he spoke very softly. That's right. These are indeed Saint Tier battle skills. Since you've come here, you must have seen the 8 caves outside. This is one of the treasures of our mercenary city. There are a total of 8 Saint Tier battle skills, which were left behind by the 8 founding elders of our mercenary city. Every single one of them had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, and these Saint Tier battle skills were created by them, the 13th elder replied secretly. 13th elder, you can comprehend Saint Tier battle skills from just a few images? You don't even have a method to cultivate them. How are you supposed to learn them? Jianshan asked in doubt. Saint Tier battle skills are different from Heaven Tier battle skills. There is no method to cultivate them at all. You have to comprehend every single move on your own. Saint Tier battle skills completely borrow the power of the world, so you need to reach Saint Ruler if you want to comprehend Saint Tier battle skills. This is because only by reaching Saint Ruler can you begin to comprehend the mysteries of the world and control some of the power of the world. Jianshan, Saint Tier battle skills are not something you can comprehend. You're just wasting your time here. You should return to the first region to cultivate. You're the king of mercenaries this time. Once you reach Saint Ruler, you can come to the sacred land to comprehend for 5 years every 50 years, the 13th elder replied secretly. Thank you for your kindness, 13th elder. I want to see more of these Saint Tier battle skills. Although I can't learn them, it's not bad to broaden my horizons, Jianshan gently smiled. Up to you. However, you only have half a year. I hope you cherish it, the 13th elder said no more after that. Jianshan remained calm as he stared at the first image carefully. After learning that he had to comprehend the Saint Tier battle skills completely, Jianshan's attitude towards the images immediately changed. He no longer observed them with a normal gaze. Instead, he used his heart to feel every single movement of the people in the images. He did not even overlook their presence. Seeing every single movement of the people in the images, Jianshan's mind flashed with inspiration from time to time. He seemed to understand something, but he was unable to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, he became very confused again. He felt like there was something more to every single movement, but he was unable to understand what it was. As a result, Jianshan felt very conflicted. As he looked at the images, Jianshan suddenly felt his mind become very chaotic. He gradually felt his head swell, as if it had become a balloon that was constantly inflating. It was about to explode from the powerful qi inside, which gave him a splitting headache. Jianshan knew that it was because of the Saint-tier battle skills. He immediately closed his eyes and sat down on the ground, making his mind blank. He did not think or do anything, maintaining a state of deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Jianshan finally returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the image again. Now, Jianshan could see it more clearly than the first time. Gradually, he felt like the people in the images were like the heavens representing a part of the world. Every single movement of his seemed to be one with the world. Every single movement of his seemed to contain the profound mysteries of the world. Although it seemed like an ordinary attack, it contained a profound mystery. It was something that Jianshan could not understand. When Jianshan tried his best to understand it, he felt like the attack was just that simple, where he could casually use it. At other times, he would feel like the attack contained many things. It was a simple attack, yet it contained countless variations. At other times, he would feel like the attack was completely natural, having fused with the world, representing the judgment of the world. At other times, he would feel like the attack possessed enough power to shock the world, enough to destroy the world. It was just a simple drawing, yet Jianshan had managed to glean so much information. If the saint rulers knew about this, they would probably all widen their eyes in disbelief. It was impossible for an Earth Saint Master to comprehend so much from a Saint-tier battle skill. It was possible to imagine that once he grasped the mysteries of the world, comprehending Saint-tier battle skills would be an extremely easy matter. It might even be possible for him to create his own Saint-tier battle skills. Very soon, Jianshan's mind became a mess as various information entered Jianshan's head. In the end, his head began to swell, and in the end, he felt like his head was about to split open. Jianshan immediately copied what he did last time. He closed his eyes and did his best to calm himself down. Afterwards, Jianshan repeated the same steps over a dozen times. He looked at the first image, but the information he obtained was that the simple image seemed to contain many mysteries. No matter how he looked at it, he could not take another step forward. He could only stop there. If he continued, he would feel like his head was about to split open. His thoughts would become muddled and his reactions would become sluggish. Looks like it's impossible to comprehend a Saint-tier battle skill without grasping the mysteries of the world. I keep feeling like there are many things that should exist in these moves, but I just can't understand them. Are these the mysteries of the world? Jianshan secretly sighed inside. The legendary Saint-tier battle skill was right before him. Chapter 346. Jianshan left the cave and went to the other 7 caves to take a look. There was a Saint-tier battle skill recorded in each cave, but without any exception, all of the Saint-tier battle skills were engraved with images of people. They had to be comprehended on their own. Saint-tier battle skills were different from Heaven-tier battle skills. Heaven-tier battle skills were almost always described in words. As long as one spent some time mastering them, they would be able to use them. However, Saint-tier battle skills were completely different. They had to rely on one's own comprehension ability. If one couldn't grasp the essentials, they wouldn't be able to learn it even if they had a Saint-tier battle skill. Saint-tier battle skills were complicated and profound. Some of the Saint-tier battle skills had over 100 images, recording every move of the Saint-tier battle skill as well as the mysteries contained within each move. There were also some Saint-tier battle skills that only consisted of 3 drawings, forming a single attack. However, this attack contained the power to destroy the world. When you used your heart to sense and comprehend it, the characters in the drawings would seem to come alive. They possessed an aura that could make the world tremble. If you didn't have a certain foundation of strength, just this aura alone wouldn't be something that people could withstand. Jianchen was pressured by this presence to the point where he vomited blood on the spot. Just the charm of a single image was enough to heavily injure Jianchen. After this, Jianchen gained an even deeper understanding of the power of Saint-tier battle skills. He knew that he was still unable to come into contact with something of that level with his current cultivation. Saint-tier battle skills were still too far away for him right now. If he did not become a saint ruler and comprehend the mysteries of the world, he probably would not be able to grasp the slightest bit of saint-tier battle skills even if he spent all his time here. After leaving the third region, Jianchen went to the fourth region. The fourth region was an extremely large study. There were tables and chairs in there, as well as bookshelves in the surroundings. The bookshelves were filled with books. All of the books were made from the furs of high-level magical beasts. Pure pulses of energy pulsed from them, preventing the books from being corroded by time. These books contained the cultivation experiences of the predecessors and some of the realms they had comprehended. Although they weren't of much help to Jianchen now, he could memorize the things inside and increase his knowledge and understanding of the future realms. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen had already stayed in the fourth region for 3 months. During the 3 months in the Holy Land's fourth area, Jianchen read a group of books and observed the cultivation experience left behind by his predecessors, as well as the comprehension of various realms. Although it was not of much help to him now, it would be of great help to him when he reached that level in the future. During these days in the fourth region, Jianchen was completely laying the foundation for his future. Because he had summarized a lot of experience from these books, he had a clear understanding of the future realm. Cultivation below the Heaven Saint Master level was completely about absorbing the energy of the world and constantly strengthening one's saint weapon, thus increasing one's strength. There was a threshold of life and death between Great Saint Master and Earth Saint Master. Once one crossed the threshold and became a dragon, if one failed, the lightest outcome would be becoming a cripple who could not cultivate. Cultivation after the Earth Saint Master level was extremely simple. There were basically no obstacles. As long as one had time, they could easily reach the 6th cycle of Earth Saint Master level. If one wanted to break through to the Heaven Saint Master level, they would need to connect with the energy of the world and begin to use it. Only then would they be able to reach the Heaven Saint Master level. The reason why Heaven Saint Masters could fly was not because their saint force was powerful enough to allow them to float. Instead, it was because they could control the energy of the world, allowing it to support their flight. Moreover, the consumption of energy was extremely low. As a result, to reach the Heaven Saint Master level, one needed to begin to control the energy of the world. The final hurdle was the threshold of Saint Ruler. Although breaking through to Saint Ruler would not result in a near-death experience like becoming an Earth Saint Master, it was thousands of times more difficult than breaking through to the Earth Saint Master level. This was because breaking through to Saint Ruler required one to comprehend the mysteries of the world. The mysteries of the world were complex and extremely difficult to comprehend. This was why there were so few Saint Rulers on the Tianyuan continent. This level of comprehension was not something that the current Jianchen could come into contact with. After leaving the fourth region, Jianchen still had a month left in the sacred ground. He planned on cultivating in the first region during this last month. The flow of time in the first region was 10 times that of the outside world. In other words, Jianchen could cultivate in the first region for another 10 months. Arriving in the first region, the heavenly enchantress remained seated where she had been before. Jianchen did not disturb her and continued to sit 10 meters away from her. He then took out 2 Class 5 monster cores and began to cultivate. Although the energy there was extremely dense, it was not as pure as Class 5 monster cores. He was currently at the peak of the third cycle, only a step away from the fourth cycle. He wanted to reach the fourth cycle as soon as possible. The energy in the sacred ground is different from the outside world. The energy here contains some fragments of the mysteries of the world. Although it's very little, it should be quite helpful to you. As soon as Jianchen took out the Class 5 monster cores, the heavenly enchantress' melodious voice rang out in his head. Jianchen was immediately stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that the energy in the sacred ground would be so profound. He then clasped his hands at the heavenly enchantress and thanked her. He immediately followed her orders and put the Class 5 monster cores away. He began to absorb the energy in the sacred ground. Immediately, the energy in the first region began to wildly gather toward Jianchen. Jianchen did not reject any of it, absorbing it all into his body like a whale. His rate of absorption was actually no slower than the heavenly enchantress. With the help of the sword spirits, Jianchen was able to absorb the energy of the world and the energy within the monster cores much faster than other people of the same level of strength. Ever since the azulate sword spirits had awakened in the Huang family village, they no longer tried to steal energy from Jianchen without his permission like they did in the past. As such, all of the energy was now being absorbed by Jianchen alone. The heavenly enchantress seemed to be startled by Jianchen's rate of absorption as well. She immediately opened her eyes and glanced at Jianchen in surprise. Afterward, she closed her eyes again. A while later, a sliver of joy appeared on Jianchen's face as he began to cultivate. Sure enough, he discovered that the energy within the Saint Force really did seem to be different from the energy in the outside world. There were a few things that he did not understand within it, just like the things within the mercenary's heart. These things seemed to flash through his head like a flash of light that he could not grasp no matter how hard he tried. Jianchen was familiar with these things. They were the mysteries of the world that he could not comprehend at his current level. Jianchen was overjoyed by this discovery. He immediately devoted the rest of his time to cultivation, hoping that he could absorb some more of the mysteries of the world. He originally planned on using some time to comprehend the illusory flash, but he gave up on it without any hesitation because of this surprising discovery. Note: I should add that the 2 months that Jianchen spent refining the mercenary's heart in the first region was in the outside world, and not in the first region. As a result, Jianchen spent over a year refining the mercenary's heart in the first region. Very soon, Jianchen had cultivated in the first region for 10 months. Now that he had reached the 4th cycle of Earth Saint Master, the number of mysteries of the world in Jianchen's head had increased by quite a lot after 10 months of crazy cultivation. When he calmed down and entered a state of emptiness, the mysteries of the world would flash through his head as a flash of light. Although Jianchen could not grasp it, there would always be some strange ideas that would appear in his head from time to time. These ideas were intermittent, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. They were very difficult to understand, but without exception, they all corresponded to the mysteries of the world. With the help of the mysteries of the world, Jianchen had only built a solid foundation for his future comprehension of the mysteries of the world. With his current level of cultivation, he would not be able to comprehend the mysteries within even if he absorbed enough mysteries of the world. Today, half a year was up. The 8th elder walked in from outside and said to Jianchen through a communication technique, "Jianchen, your half a year is up. Come with me, I'll take you out." Jianchen secretly sighed. Only now did he truly understand the benefits of a sacred ground. During the time he had spent cultivating in the first region, he had actually obtained many mysteries of the world despite not being able to come in contact with them. After learning of the benefits, Jianchen was actually reluctant to leave. If only I could stay here forever. Jianchen could not help but think, but he also knew that it was impossible. In the end, he could only follow behind the 8th elder helplessly and reluctantly leave the first region. The 8th elder could not help but smile when he saw how reluctant Jianchen was. He said, Jianchen, are you reluctant to leave? This place is indeed a treasure trove. Even saint rulers can't resist the temptation here, but you don't need to worry. You're the champion of this year's tournament, the Mercenary King. Once you break through to Saint Ruler in the future, you'll have the opportunity to enter here to cultivate every time the sacred ground opens. The sacred ground opens once every 50 years, and you can stay there for 5 years every time it opens. Since I can stay here for 5 years, why am I only allowed to stay for half a year? Jianchen asked, unwilling to give up. The 8th elder chuckled. Only saint rulers have the right to stay here for 5 years, while those who obtained first place in the tournament can only stay for half a year. These are the rules of Mercenary City. Jianchen was immediately at a loss for words. The sacred ground was their territory after all. If they wanted to set their own rules, no one had the right to interfere. Chapter 347. After passing through the space gate of the sacred grounds, Jianchen discovered that he had appeared in a garden. 50 meters in front of him, there was an extremely conspicuous pavilion. It seemed to have been baptized by wind and frost, giving off a sense of vicissitudes. Jianchen was not unfamiliar with this place. He had come here not long ago, and it was here that he had met the 8th and 13th elders who were playing chess in the pavilion. A figure quickly flew over from afar, landing in front of Jianchen very quickly. It was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. He gave off a scholarly aura, as if he was a well-read scholar. The middle-aged man wore white robes and had a stately appearance. His calm eyes flickered with light from time to time. Jianchen could tell that the man was a Heaven Saint Master at the very least from the way he flew over. He did not dare to be negligent and was about to clasp his hands in greeting when the man unexpectedly spoke first. You should be Jianchen. Jianchen forcefully swallowed the greetings that were about to come out of his throat. He nodded. Correct, I am Jianchen. The elders have ordered me to take you out. Come with me, the middle-aged man said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Jianchen felt an irresistible energy envelop him. Afterward, his body was lifted off the ground as he was taken into the air by the middle-aged man. Is this the energy of the world that a Heaven Saint Master can control? This was not the first time Jianchen had experienced something like this, so he did not make a fuss. Instead, he did his best to sense the energy that enveloped him. The middle-aged man flew at a very low altitude, only 10 meters above the ground. He flew over a sea of flowers at a very fast speed. Before long, the middle-aged man brought Jianchen to a space gate. The middle-aged man descended and said to Jianchen, You can go through here. Afterward, Jianchen returned the way he had come. Passing through the space gate, Jianchen appeared in the huge palace of Mercenary City. He was then brought into a hall where he saw a ruddy old man. The old man passed a badge to Jianchen and said, This is the badge of honor that belongs to the Mercenary King. It's made from many precious materials, and we've engraved a formation inside. You can activate it with Saint Force. After activating it, it can quickly gather the energy of the world in a radius of several dozen kilometers, greatly increasing your cultivation speed. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought that if he gave the badge to the Flame Mercenaries or the Changyang Prefecture, it would probably be of great help. Jianchen accepted the badge and carefully stored it away before leaving the hall. He finally made his way out of the hall under the guidance of a member of Mercenary City, arriving on a street. Jianchen stretched his body comfortably as he looked at the bright sunlight in the sky. He had stayed in the sacred ground for quite some time now and had not seen sunlight for a very long time. Now that he was bathed in sunlight, he felt a comfortable feeling that originated from his soul. It had already been half a year since the tournament, so the bustling mercenary city had returned to how it was in the past. Although it had become much more desolate compared to half a year ago, there were still many mercenaries and carriages with large carts of goods that flowed through the street. As the sacred ground of the mercenaries on the Tianyuan continent, Mercenary City was bustling all year round. Mercenaries flowed through the streets endlessly. Now that winter was over, it was summer, so the scorching sun in the sky seemed extremely scorching. The scorching sunlight baked the ground, making it seem like a furnace. Jianshan's body, which was covered in the dark, damp presence of the sacred ground, dried up very quickly under the scorching sunlight. Jianshan arrived at the square in the center of Mercenary City. The huge square had already become a main road that extended in all directions. Countless mercenaries on magical beast mounts passed through it. It was no longer as bustling as it had been half a year ago. The statue of the founder of Mercenary City, Mo Tianyun, still stood in the square like a pillar that held up the sky. It was filled with charm, as if it was a real person. Jianshan already possessed some fragments of the mysteries of the world in his head. What he saw now was completely different from what he had seen half a year ago. In his eyes, Mo Tianyun's statue seemed to be filled with endless mysteries. Although it stood there with its arms crossed in an ordinary manner, it gave him a strange feeling, as if it was not a statue but a world of its own. At first glance, the statue seemed to have fused with the world, as if it was the heavens and the heavens were the statue. Jianshan stared at Mo Tianyun's statue for quite a while before gradually returning to his senses. He then bowed to Mo Tianyun's statue politely before leaving. As his understanding of Mercenary City deepened, Jianshan's admiration for Mo Tianyun constantly deepened. Jianshan wandered through the streets aimlessly before entering a restaurant in the end. He casually ordered a few dishes and began to eat. It had been a very long time since he had eaten such delicacies after staying in the sacred grounds for so long. It was the afternoon right now, so it was already past lunchtime. As a result, the restaurant seemed extremely quiet. Jianshan was the only guest. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men walked in from outside. They directly walked to a table and sat down. "Waiter, bring some good wine and meat." Jianshan glanced at the 3 of them indifferently before silently finishing off the food on the table. "Blackie, after we complete this mercenary mission, our mercenary group will be able to successfully advance to AB rank mercenary group, right?" One of the middle-aged men said to a large, dark-skinned man beside him. The dark-skinned man nodded and said, "Yes, our mercenary group was already B rank 3 years ago. We've completed so many mercenary missions in the past 3 years, so we should have accumulated enough honor. After we complete this mission, our mercenary group will indeed advance to B rank." The 3 middle-aged men were all experienced mercenaries. They ate while discussing mercenary matters. Their gazes would occasionally drift towards Jianshan, who was eating with a lowered head. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jianshan had eaten his fill. He patted his stomach in satisfaction and said, "Waiter, do you have a good room here? Prepare one for me." As he spoke, Jianshan directly placed a purple coin on the table. "All right, sir, I'll arrange a room for you right away. Please wait a moment." The waiter smiled as he accepted Jianshan's purple coin and began to busy himself. Jianshan looked at the 3 middle-aged men with a meaningful smile on his face. He then slowly walked over and said, "How should I address the 3 of you?" Jianshan's sudden arrival stunned the 3 middle-aged men, but they recovered quickly. One of them immediately stood up and cupped his hands with a face full of smiles. "I'm Jianhua, and these 2 are my close brothers. They are Blackie and Baol. I see that you have an extraordinary bearing and can tell that you're not an ordinary person. How should I address you, little brother?" "I'm Jianshan," Jianshan said with a face full of smiles. Hearing this, the 3 middle-aged men were shocked. They stared at Jianshan in disbelief. The middle-aged man named Jianhua immediately said with a face full of surprise, "Could it be that little brother is that Jianshan who won first place in the mercenary tournament half a year ago?" "That's me." The smile on Jianshan's face became strange. "Ah, so little brother is Jianshan. I'm sorry for not recognizing you. Sorry for not recognizing you. Little brother's reputation is like thunder to my ears. I didn't expect to be fortunate enough to meet you today. It's really a blessing for the three of us. Jianhua's attitude immediately became respectful. The other two people also cupped their hands and greeted Jianchen with a face full of surprise. They were very polite. Looking at the three of them, Jianchen finally let out a cold smile and said, "The three of you, stop acting with me. Tell me why you're here." Hearing this, the three of them stared at Jianchen with a face full of confusion. Jianhua was even more confused and asked in confusion, "Little brother Jianchen, what are you talking about?" Jianchen coldly snorted, "The three of you have been following me for several days. Do you really think I don't know? Tell me why you're here. I don't like to waste time." Jianhua's face was full of shock, but then he smiled and said, "Little brother, you must be joking. We didn't follow you. Maybe it's just a coincidence that we're walking the same road. If I'm not wrong, the three of you should be from the Jetta family or the Shi family." Jianchen's eyes became sharp like a sword as he stared at the three of them. The three of them still had a face full of confusion. Jianhua's face was full of innocence as he bitterly smiled and said, "Little brother Jianchen, we don't understand what you're saying. You've misunderstood us." Looking at the three of them who didn't seem to be pretending, Jianchen knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. He didn't want to waste any more time and directly went up to the second floor. After Jianchen disappeared, the three of them's faces suddenly became gloomy. "I didn't expect him to be so alert. We've been following him for so long but he still noticed us," Jianhua whispered. "Then what do we do now?" Hazy whispered. "What else can we do? Of course we have to inform the elders." After that, the three of them threw down a purple coin and quickly left. In a luxurious restaurant, an old man was angrily staring at the three middle-aged men kneeling in front of him. He pointed at their heads and scolded, "Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. I told you to follow a single person and you were discovered. What the hell are you doing? So useless." The three middle-aged men were Jianhua and Hazy. At this moment, the three of them were trembling in fear as they knelt there, not daring to even breathe. "Elder, you can't blame us for this. We were very careful when we were following the target. It's just that the target was too vigilant. That's why we were discovered." Jianhua's tone was somewhat frightened as he quibbled, absolving the three of their crimes. At this moment, the door opened and another old man walked in. He looked at the three middle-aged men kneeling on the ground and frowned slightly. He asked, "Fourth brother, what happened?" Chapter 348. The old man who had just entered became rather stern when he heard the fourth brother's words. He said in a low voice, "This is bad. Although I've never seen Jianchen before, he must be a smart and cautious person if he can discover that we're following him. Since he knows that we're watching him, he won't leave Mercenary City unless he has absolute confidence in dealing with us." Exactly. We could have attacked Jianchen after he left Mercenary City and taken back what belongs to us, but those three pieces of trash actually ruined our plans at such a crucial moment. Now that Jianchen knows that we're secretly watching him, he definitely won't leave Mercenary City, the old man called fourth brother said emotionally. "Sigh, if we knew that Jianchen was so vigilant, we would have followed him ourselves. That way, none of this would have happened. It's troublesome now. If Jianchen continues to stay in Mercenary City, we won't be able to do anything to him," the old man sighed regretfully. "Third elder, you're smart. Tell us what we should do now." The fourth brother calmed down very quickly and looked at the old man for help. The third elder frowned in thought before murmuring, "Jianchen managed to obtain first place in the mercenary tournament at such a young age. Perhaps he's even more complicated than we thought. He must already know that we're following him, so there's no point in continuing to hide. Third brother, let's go meet this young man and see if we can get him to hand over the seal of the treasure mountain through other methods. We can only set aside the third young master's revenge for now. The most important thing right now is to retrieve the clan's treasure." The fourth brother nodded. "Looks like that's the only thing we can do. Sigh, it's all because the patriarch was too greedy. He actually made the third young master use the special environment of the participant space to steal the Sun-Moon Bow from the Huang family. In the end, not only did he not obtain the Sun-Moon Bow, he even lost our clan's seal of the Treasure Mountain. Moreover, the third young master was killed in there as well. Forget it, fourth brother. It's already happened, so there's no point in talking about it. Let's go meet this Jianshan right now. Hopefully, we can retrieve the ruler armament. Also eat this, the third elder said before taking out a red pill and handing it to the fourth brother. The fourth brother trusted the third elder very much. Without even asking what it was, he swallowed the red pill in a single gulp. Afterwards, the two old men arrived at the restaurant where Jianshan resided according to the location Jianshan had given them and found Jianshan. At this moment, Jianshan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, comprehending the illusory flash. When he saw the two old men, he didn't get off the bed. He just sat there and calmly stared at them. The third elder stared at Jianshan with sparkling eyes and praised him. No wonder you were able to obtain first place in the mercenary tournament. You are indeed a man of striking appearance. Jianshan, we are from the Shi family. Our third young master, Shi Xiangran, may have offended you in some way, so we have come here to apologize to you. I hope you will not take this matter to heart. Jianshan also smiled and replied, Senior is too polite. It's just a small matter. I, Jianshan, have long since forgotten about it. As long as others don't find trouble with me, I won't randomly make enemies. Hearing this, the fourth brother rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. You killed the third young master of the Shi family and even stole the Shi family's heirloom, the seal of Treasure Mountain. It would be strange if the Shi family didn't find trouble with you. The third elder chuckled and said, Hee, little brother Jianshan is truly magnanimous. I wonder if little brother is willing to return the seal of Treasure Mountain to our Shi family, and we can bury the hatchet. After all, the seal of Treasure Mountain cannot be used without the blood of our Shi family and a special secret technique. It is useless for you to keep it on you, and it will instead make our Shi family very dissatisfied with you. This will greatly affect your relationship with our Shi family. Do you think you can consider it? Think about it. Of course, if you are willing to return the seal of Treasure Mountain to our Shi family will not treat you unfairly. We will definitely give you a considerable reward. The third elder's words were reasonable and not threatening at all. It was as if they were talking on equal terms. His tone was calm, without the slightest trace of anger or arrogance. Unfortunately, Jianshan did not buy it. With a face full of disappointment, he sighed and said, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint the elders. I have already given the seal of Treasure Mountain to someone else. It is no longer on me. Jianshan's words made the two elders' expressions change drastically. The third elder could no longer maintain his calm and said in shock, What? You have already given the seal of Treasure Mountain to someone else? It is no longer on you? Is this true? Before I entered the Holy Land, I had already given the seal of Treasure Mountain to Qinji. It is no longer on me, Jianshan said with certainty. You bastard, you actually gave away something as precious as the seal of Treasure Mountain to someone else. Why, you bastard, do you want to die? That is the treasure of our Shi family. How can you give it to someone else? The rather irascible fourth brother could no longer hold himself back. He pointed at Jianshan's nose and cursed in exasperation. If it were not for the fact that he did not dare to do anything in Mercenary City, he probably would have slapped Jianshan already. The third elder's face became rather sunken as well. He stared at Jianshan closely as the light in his eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood before quickly drawing in the air with his finger. Very soon, a complicated blood-red diagram appeared in the air. The third elder bellowed out as he suddenly pointed at the center of the diagram. He called out, Seal of Treasure Mountain, return. With that, Jianshan's face changed. This was because he suddenly discovered that the seal of Treasure Mountain in his space ring had begun to tremble, as if it was about to break free from the space ring's restraints and fly away. Jianchen was surprised. He never thought that the old man would actually have the ability to summon the seal of Treasure Mountain. Fortunately, the summoning force was not very powerful, or his space ring probably would not have been able to trap the seal of Treasure Mountain. Jianchen immediately sealed the space ring tightly to prevent the seal of Treasure Mountain from escaping. The blood-red diagram in the air faded very quickly before disappearing in the end. The third elder's ruddy face paled at that moment. It seemed like using the secret technique had taken a huge toll on him. Jianchen, you can't lie to us. The seal of the Treasure Mountain is on you. You should return it to us. That way, we'll have something to answer to when we return. The third elder's voice had become much weaker, but he still spoke sincerely. Jianchen had nothing to hide now that things had developed to this point. He said firmly, "Please return." "Are you really not willing to return the seal of Treasure Mountain? It will only cause more trouble for you if you keep it with you." The third elder did not give up as he tried to convince Jianchen. "That's none of your business." Jianchen had never thought of returning the seal of Treasure Mountain. He would rather give it to someone else than return it to the Sure family. This was because he knew that even if the Sure family took it back, they would not let him go. He had experienced similar situations several times in his previous life. The third elder sighed and took out a pouch. He said, "Jianchen, do you want to know what this is?" Without waiting for Jianchen's reply, the third elder continued, "I spent a lot of money to buy this from an old friend who was good at using poisons. It contains a poison called the 100 Poison Powder. This poison is very strong and is made from the fusion of several hundred different kinds of poisons. It is colorless and odorless and can spread through the air. Just inhaling a little of it will cause a person to be poisoned. Even Heaven Saint Masters will not be able to avoid it. Apart from a special antidote, there is no other antidote." Hearing this, the fourth elder's eyes lit up. He said in surprise, "Third elder, so you had such a great trick. I admire you. No wonder you had me eat that pill before we came. That must be the antidote." The third elder nodded with a smile and did not say anything. He looked at Jianchen with confidence. He believed that he already had Jianchen's life in his hands. Jianchen looked at the third elder with a smile that was not a smile. He said, "Third elder, don't tell me that I am already poisoned." "That's right." The third elder nodded. He said, "Jianchen, from the moment I entered this room, I took out the 5 poison powder. After such a long time, the poison has already spread to every corner of the room. You have already inhaled quite a lot of poison, but you did not notice it." Hearing the third elder's words, Jianchen suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was very carefree, causing the third elder and the fourth elder to be confused. "Third elder, I forgot to tell you. I have a sacred item that repels poison on me. The poison in your hand is useless against me." Jianchen laughed as he looked at the 2 old men playfully. The third elder's confidence immediately took a heavy blow. His face immediately darkened, becoming as ugly as it could be. He originally thought that he had Jianchen in the bag this time, but he never thought that he would have a plan while Jianchen would have a way out. He was actually unable to do anything to Jianchen. "Fourth elder, let's go." The third elder swung his sleeve and collected all the poison in the room. He turned around and left. The fourth elder glanced at Jianchen coldly and said with a heavy voice, "Kid, just wait until you stay in Mercenary City forever." With that, the fourth elder swung his sleeve and left. That night, Jianchen discovered that many uninvited guests had come to his inn. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness began to stare at him day and night. Chapter 349. As for the Jetta family and the Sure family's surveillance, Jianchen did not take it to heart. He had already expected things to develop to this point. The next day, Jianchen checked out of his room and began to wander around the streets of Mercenary City. He walked left and right without a goal in mind. Behind him, there were a dozen or so people in different attire following him from a distance. Now that they were not afraid of being discovered by Jianshan, they no longer bothered to hide their tracks. Jianshan led them around for an entire day, and only found a random inn to stay at night. The next morning, Jianshan checked out of his room and left the inn early. As soon as he left, the people behind him immediately followed and stayed about 30 meters behind Jianshan. Jianshan did not even look at the people behind him, and began to wander around the streets of Mercenary City. He looked left and right as he walked, as if he was admiring the scenery. Just as Jianshan passed by a gambling den, his lips suddenly curled into a mocking smile. He then quickly entered the gambling den, and the people behind him hurriedly followed behind him. There were many people in the gambling den, and it was very lively. There was a lot of noise everywhere. There were excited shouts from those who won money, and disappointed sighs from those who lost money. It was very noisy. Jianshan quickly moved through the crowd, looking for places with a lot of people. Then, using the crowd as a cover, he quickly arrived at another entrance of the gambling den. His figure flashed and left the gambling den, leaving behind a dozen or so people who were anxiously looking for traces of him. After leaving the gambling den, Jianshan immediately changed to another street and quickly moved through it. After passing through a few streets, he casually found an inn and stayed there, using the inn to hide his track. However, that night, Jianshan suddenly discovered that the people who were following him had reappeared in the surroundings. What a bunch of annoying flies! Jianshan cursed under his breath, but there was nothing he could do about it. With these people following him, he wouldn't dare leave Mercenary City. If the Jetta family and Sher family found out that he had left Mercenary City, they would definitely try to kill him. The next morning, Jianshan checked out of his room and headed straight for the palace-like buildings near the plaza of Mercenary City. This was a department of Mercenary City's headquarters in the city. It was convenient for them to communicate with the outside world. Since Jianshan was the king of mercenaries, his special identity allowed him to enter unimpeded. However, the person who received him was a middle-aged man. "Senior, I have an important matter to discuss with the elder. I wonder if you can make an exception for me?" Jianshan asked the middle-aged man politely. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, it's not that easy to see the elder. Now that your ceremony is over, unless the elder takes the initiative to summon you, you won't be able to see the elder." Hearing this, Jianshan was disappointed and continued to ask, "Then can I leave this place through the space gate?" The space gates of Mercenary City are all connected to the interior of the city. Only the insiders can use them when necessary. As for the space gate that leads to the outside, it requires the permission of the elder. Otherwise, even the insiders are forbidden from using it. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Jianshan left with a face full of disappointment. He should have told the eighth elder when he was in the Holy Land and asked for his permission to leave through the space gate of Mercenary City. After leaving Mercenary City, Jianshan began to wander through the streets again. However, he was thinking of a way to escape. Perhaps it was because Jianshan had used the environment of the casino to shake off the people following him, so in order to avoid a repeat of last time, these people had closed the distance between them and Jianshan. They had gone from 20 meters the day before to 5 meters now, brazenly following him. Jianshan clenched his teeth at the sight of their arrogance. If it were not for the fact that fighting was forbidden in Mercenary City, he would have given these people a vicious beating long ago. How could he allow them to be so arrogant? Jianshan knew that it would be very difficult for him to shake them off at such a close distance. Even if he used the illusory flash, he would not be able to solve the problem because the people following him all possessed wind-attributed Saint Force. Every single one of them was an Earth Saint Master, and 2 of them even possessed Saint Force more powerful than Jianshan. That night, Jianshan casually checked into an inn. After eating dinner, he returned to his room to rest. The people following Jianchen immediately dispersed. A few of them checked into the inn next to Jianchen's room, while a few others closely monitored the entire inn to prevent Jianchen from escaping through other means in the middle of the night. The next day, he left his room early in the morning. After eating breakfast on the first floor of the inn, he did not leave like he had done 2 days ago. Instead, he returned to his room and locked himself in to cultivate. This continued for a few days. Other than when he left his room during mealtimes, Jianchen spent the rest of his time comprehending the illusory flash. In the beginning, the people following him remained vigilant, but after seeing that Jianchen did not plan on leaving the inn after so long, they believed that Jianchen planned on staying here for a long time. All of them relaxed quite a bit, or at least they were not as tense as before. Even though this was the case, their surveillance of Jianchen did not weaken at all. Regardless of day or night, there were people watching him. The entire inn seemed to be enveloped by a large, invisible net. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Jianchen had been comprehending the illusory flash. Perhaps it was because his mind contained a few fragments of the world's mysteries, but his comprehension of the illusory flash was much faster than before. He had already crossed the threshold, and his speed was 2 times faster than when he used it during the competition. Now, Jianchen believed that even 6th cycle Earth Saint Masters with the wind attribute would not be able to match his speed. Perhaps, his speed was comparable to a Heaven Saint Master's. Of course, this was only Jianchen's conservative estimate. He had already crossed the threshold of the illusory flash, but even he did not know how fast his speed was. After all, he had never had the chance to try it out before. In the morning, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling above his head and murmured, "Now, it's time to leave." After saying that, Jianchen got off his bed. A layer of faint sword qi appeared between his fingers. With a light leap, he arrived at the ceiling above his head. He then quickly drew a circle on the ceiling with his sword qi. The thick wooden ceiling was immediately cut open like tofu. Afterward, Jianchen gently pushed with his hands and a half-meter wide round wooden board fell from above, revealing a large hole. Looking at the large hole in his head, Jianchen smiled. He then closed the round wooden board in his hand and turned around to leave the room. Afterwards, Jianchen returned to his room after eating breakfast on the first floor as usual. He closed the door and windows, then immediately took out a few random things from his space ring and smeared them on his face. After a while, Jianchen raised his head. His appearance had completely changed. He had now become a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a fierce scar on his face and stubble on his chin. He had a valiant appearance. Looking at himself in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, a series of pi-pi-pa-pa sounds came from his body. His body had actually grown a bit taller. His body was no longer as delicate as before and had become much thicker. Not long after, Jianchen's body had become stocky, which perfectly matched his valiant appearance. Afterwards, Jianchen took out a set of black clothes from his space ring and put them on. He then cut off his shoulder-length hair, leaving only an inch long. After doing all this, Jianchen seemed to have become a completely different person. He had no connection to his previous appearance at all. At that moment, even Ming Dong and Qin Shao, who were most familiar with Jianchen, were unable to recognize that the stocky man was Jianchen. Jianchen checked himself again. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he gently removed the wooden board from the ceiling and leapt up. He covered the hole by his feet again before opening the door and swaggering out. Just like that, Jianchen successfully avoided everyone's attention and swaggered out of the inn. Not a single person among the dozen or so people who had followed him suspected him. They did not even spare him a glance. In the past few days, they had already been numbed by the habits that Jianchen had purposely exposed. As a result, they all believed that Jianchen would continue cultivating in his room after breakfast. They never thought that Jianchen would change his appearance and leave safely under everyone's watchful eyes. Jianchen strolled through the streets at a steady pace. He passed through several streets before finally entering a bustling inn and booking a room. He then disguised himself as a frail middle-aged man and left safely. Jianchen, who had disguised himself as a middle-aged man, bought a map and some necessities for wilderness survival from a general store. Afterwards, he walked to a remote alley and changed his appearance. Chapter 350. Half a day later, Jianchen successfully left Mercenary City with a group of merchants while avoiding everyone's attention. He left without anyone noticing, and no one was able to discover any traces of Jianchen. After leaving Mercenary City, Jianchen parted ways with the merchant group before heading off in a certain direction alone. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately dismounted and used the illusory flash to travel as fast as he could. Swish! As soon as he used the illusory flash, Jianchen shot off like an arrow, leaving behind a trail of faint afterimages as he shot off with lightning-like speed. Jianchen, who was running as fast as he could only hear the deafening sound of the wind. He couldn't hear anything at all, and the scenery on both sides of the road was rapidly receding. He could only see a blurry figure when he looked at something close. He couldn't see it clearly at all. This was the first time Jianchen had been able to fly across a wide plain ever since he had obtained the illusory flash. This astonishing speed left Jianchen astounded. He was certain that his current speed had surpassed the speed of a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master with the wind attribute. Perhaps only Heaven Saint Masters who could fly in the air could catch up to him. After feeling the unbelievable speed of the illusory flash, Jianchen's shock was replaced by intense joy. With such godlike speed, he would have no need to fear even if a Heaven Saint Master caught up to him. Moreover, this was only the basic level of the illusory flash. Jianchen could not help but begin to guess just what kind of speed he would be able to reach if he could reach the highest level of the illusory flash. However, the illusory flash was extremely profound. Jianchen had only reached the basic level after spending a lot of effort. The further he progressed, the more difficult it became. From the introduction of the illusory flash, Jianchen could vaguely tell that the latter part of the illusory flash seemed to be inextricably linked to space. If he wanted to reach that level, he needed to grasp the mysteries of the world. In other words, it was impossible for anyone below Saint Ruler to reach the highest level of the illusory flash. As expected of the supreme scripture of an ancient race. It really is incomparably profound. Jianchen secretly sighed. Jianchen used the illusory flash to rush south. What he needed to do now was to leave Mercenary City and avoid being caught by the Heaven Saint Masters of the Jetta family and Shur family. On the wide plain, Jianchen seemed to have become a missile flying close to the ground. When he used his unbelievable speed to run across the plain, the wind created by him created a long trail of earth behind him. It was a spectacular sight. Fortunately, Jianchen was not on the main road. There was not a single person to be seen around him, so to see this spectacular sight. To see. 2 hours later, Jianchen was already a few hundred kilometers away from Mercenary City. If it was in the past, Jianchen would never have dared to imagine such a terrifying scene. However, after 2 hours of running, Jianchen's Saint Force, which only a 4th cycle Earth Saint Master could possess, had been used up by half. Although the illusory flash was a movement support battle skill, it was still a high-level Heaven tier battle skill after all. Moreover, it was infinitely close to a legendary Saint tier battle skill. As a result, using the illusory flash consumed an extremely terrifying amount of Saint Force. Even with Jianchen's strength, he could only use it for 4 hours at most. Roar! At this moment, 5 kilometers away, a 3-meter-tall black magic leopard discovered Jianchen. It roared towards the sky and immediately turned into a black bolt of lightning as it charged towards Jianchen. Panther-type magical beasts were adept at running, and this magic leopard was a Class 5 magical beast as well, so it was extremely fast when running. Jianchen looked at the charging leopard in disdain and ignored it. He maintained his original speed, brushing past the leopard like the wind. He was extremely fast. The leopard bit into the air and immediately roared. It immediately chased after Jianchen. Even though it was extremely fast as well, it was still far too slow compared to Jianchen. After just a few steps, it had completely lost track of Jianchen. Half an hour later, Jianchen was already over 1,000 kilometers away from Mercenary City. He was forced to stop and find a safe place to sit down. He pulled out a Class 5 monster core from his space belt and began to absorb its energy to recover his strength. After half an hour of running, he had used up 3/4 of his Saint Force. If he did not recover soon, he would not be able to deal with anything that happened along the way. In the extremely dangerous wilderness, Jianchen needed to maintain his battle prowess at all times. 4 hours later, Jianchen's Saint Force had recovered to its peak. He then immediately used the illusory flash to continue on his way. 2 days later, the people who had been tailing Jianchen in Mercenary City had not seen Jianchen for 2 days. However, they only thought that Jianchen had sunk into cultivation. After all, it was very normal for people at their level to not eat or drink for several days while cultivating, so they did not take this matter to heart. The entire inn had been surrounded by their people and monitored day and night. Even a fly would not be able to escape their eyes, let alone a living person. At this moment, a few burly mercenaries entered the inn. After eating, they checked into a few rooms and went upstairs. Bang! Very soon, a sound rang out from upstairs, followed by a furious voice. Damned bastard! Shopkeeper, what kind of shitty room is this? Why is there a huge hole in the floor? Fuck, you made me fall from the 3rd floor all the way to the 2nd floor. The people in charge of monitoring Jianchen were stunned when they heard the man's curses. However, they quickly reacted and cursed inwardly. They immediately ran to Jianchen's room on the 2nd floor and discovered that Jianchen had already disappeared. Only a man stood up from the ground as he cursed. A half-meter-wide hole had appeared in the ceiling. Oh no, he's escaped. The faces of the people in charge of monitoring Jianchen changed. They immediately informed the rest of the people, and everyone began to search for Jianchen's whereabouts. Not long after, the news of Jianchen's escape under the watchful eyes of more than 10 people reached the ears of the elders of the Jetta family and the Sher family. The elders of the 2 families flew into a rage and cursed the people in charge of monitoring Jianchen. Trash, trash, a bunch of trash. Are you all blind? You're a bunch of trash. So many people were watching one person, but he still managed to slip away under your noses. Go and find him. If you can't find him, don't ever come back to see me. The short-tempered Sher clan's 4th brother cursed in exasperation. Standing beside him, the 3rd elder was much calmer. He turned to the kneeling middle-aged men and asked, "Did you find out how Jianchen escaped and when?" One of the men immediately reported what he knew to the 3rd elder. Hearing this, the 3rd elder let out a long sigh and muttered, "It seems that this Jianchen escaped right under your noses. I didn't think that he would have such ability. Not simple." 3rd elder, what should we do now? The 4th elder asked. The 3rd elder was smarter than him, and he could only hope that the 3rd elder had a better idea. What else can we do? The only thing we can do now is to increase the number of people in the city to search for Jianchen's whereabouts. At the same time, send the news back to the family and ask them to send more people to assist us. Also, send out a mission to the Mercenary Union to search for Jianchen. The 3rd elder said, "Jianchen is this year's mercenary king. If we send out a mission to the Mercenary Union, the people in Mercenary City will definitely know that we are going to deal with him. Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" The 4th elder was a little worried. "Don't worry, 4th elder. Even if they know, they won't interfere unless Jianchen has a special relationship with some of them. But that's impossible," the 3rd elder said with a face full of confidence. The fourth elder also felt that this made sense and immediately shouted at the men, "Did you hear what the third elder said? What are you waiting for?" At the same time, the two elders from the Jetta family stared at the men in charge of monitoring Jianshan with a gloomy expression. One of them said angrily, "A bunch of trash. What are you waiting for? Also, send some people to search outside the city. If you can't find him, don't ever come back." "Yes, yes, we will go now." The middle-aged men felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly left. After 2 days of trekking through the mountains, Jianshan was now tens of thousands of kilometers away from Mercenary City. He could be considered safe for the time being. In a small river, Jianshan washed his body and took out a set of clothes from his space belt. After changing his appearance to that of an ordinary youth, he once again set out on his journey. Because of the mercenary tournament, many people recognized Jianshan, and it was not convenient for Jianshan to appear in his original appearance. Following this, Jianshan slowed down his pace. From the map, he already knew where he was. There was a second-class city about 100 kilometers away. At this moment, the sounds of battle rang out in Jianshan's ears. A chaotic battle was taking place up ahead. One side rode ordinary horses and were dressed very casually. There were over 100 people in total, and they seemed like bandits. The other side only had around 30 people, and they all wore the same clothes. They guarded a luxurious carriage as they fended off over 100 bandits. Seeing this scene, Jianshan couldn't help but think back to the time when he had just left the kingdom of Jessen and was attacked by the boundless bandits. At that time, he was only a small saint. It took him a lot of effort to deal with even a saint master. A great saint master was already a powerful expert in his eyes. Chapter 351. You Black Wind bandits are going too far. We have already given you money. Why are you still not letting us leave? A middle-aged man who was holding a huge two-handed sword blocked the attacks of 3 bandits. He shouted loudly and his face was filled with anger. Among the over 100 bandits, a person who seemed to be the leader laughed loudly and said, "I heard that your Lanming clan's eldest miss is an outstanding beauty with a face that can cause the downfall of a city. Why don't you give her to the boss as a bandit wife? This is also a good thing for your Lanming clan. Don't even think about it. The eldest miss is our Lanming clan's pearl, and is deeply doted on by the old master. If anything happens to the eldest miss today, our Lanming clan will definitely use all of our clan's power to suppress your Black Wind bandit." That middle-aged man seemed to be the leader of this group of people and shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha, how could we not know what your Lanming clan is capable of? With just your Lanming clan, our Black Wind bandits are not even worth mentioning." The bandit leader laughed loudly without any fear. Then he shouted loudly, "Brothers, put in more effort. When the girl in the carriage is given to the boss, everyone will get some benefit." The bandits' morale immediately rose and their attacks also became a bit more fierce. Immediately, the pressure on the 30 guards protecting the carriage increased greatly. Immediately, a few of them were chopped by blades and fell into a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, out of the 30 guards, only 20 or so people were left bitterly resisting. On the other hand, the Black Wind bandits' people all seemed to have eaten stimulant. Their fighting spirit was high and their attacks were heavier than the last. It was as if their bodies had endless strength. In a short moment, another 10 or so guards fell down. The bandits also paid a bit of a price. 10 or so people died and quite a few were injured. Overall, their overall strength was a lot stronger than their opponent. You will regret this. You will pay a price for doing this. Our Lanming clan's old master will definitely not let you go," the middle-aged man loudly shouted. His face was full of malevolence. With his high-level Great Saint Master strength, fighting against 2 mid-level Great Saint Masters and 2 low-level Great Saint Masters was already his limit. After this big battle, his body also suffered not light injuries and he was bleeding non-stop. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for much longer. "Ha ha ha, your words are too serious. Wait until your Lan Ming clan's young miss becomes our boss's wife. Then, our two clans will become in-laws. How can we fight each other? Don't you think so? The bandit leader laughed wildly and said. The middle-aged man immediately became ashen from anger. His eyes flashed with an ominous light. The strength. Seeing the guards around him fall one by one, the middle-aged man's face finally revealed a trace of despair. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you have an easy time. The middle-aged man's face was malevolent as he loudly roared. Immediately after, the saint force in his body began to circulate. He actually gave up on defense and attacked the three people in a situation where both sides were injured. Quickly retreat, he is going to use an earth-tier battle skill. The bandit leader immediately said. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's huge sword that contained traces of pressure slashed towards the bandit leader's head. The three great Saint Master bandits had clearly worked together for many years. The three of them immediately joined together and gathered their strength to block the middle-aged man's earth-tier battle skill. Hong! Following a loud sound, a large hole appeared in the ground. The middle-aged man and the three bandits simultaneously flew backward. The four of them all had pale faces and spat out mouthfuls of blood. After the middle-aged man fell to the ground, it was difficult for him to crawl back up. He had already suffered heavy injuries. Immediately, a guard covered in blood supported him. With an anxious face, he said, "Captain, how are you? Are you okay?" The three bandit leaders did not suffer heavy injuries. They quickly crawled back up from the ground. One of them immediately shouted, "Quickly kill them all. Don't hurt the people in the carriage." Yes. Receiving the order, the bandits immediately swung their saint weapons at the last dozen guards who did not have much fighting strength left. Pooh! 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 Just as the bandits were about to swing their weapons down, the situation suddenly changed. One by one, the heads of the bandits separated from their necks and flew high into the air. Only the headless bodies were left standing there, violently spurting out pillars of blood that were more than a meter high. The sudden change stunned everyone on the spot. They did not understand what was going on at all. They did not know what was going on at all. For a moment they actually did not react. The heads of the bandits continued to fly high into the air. One by one, the heads of the bandits flew high into the air. In a short 2 breaths of time, dozens of bandits had died without knowing why. Everyone had lost their heads. The sudden turn of events caused the guards to be dumbfounded. They stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? Who killed them? A bandit leader stared at the ground covered in heads and blood in shock. His voice trembled as he spoke. Out of over 100 bandits, only the 3 of them were still alive. Suddenly, the bandit leader who had spoken trembled. He looked to the side in fear. A black-clothed figure had appeared there at some unknown time. It was a slender young man. He wore tight black clothes and had short hair that was only an inch long. His appearance was ordinary, and he was the type that would stand out in a crowd. He did not stand out at all. He seemed to be around 30 years old. The bandit leader stared at the black-clothed young man in fear. His voice trembled as he said, Why, you killed our people?" The black-clothed young man glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. Afterward, he arrived before the heavily injured middle-aged man under the stunned gazes of the guards. He took out a radiant Saint Force pill from his space ring and fed it to the middle-aged man. After ingesting the pill, the middle-aged man's complexion rapidly improved. He then became surprised. This is actually a radiant spirit pill. The middle-aged man was extremely surprised. He immediately clasped his hands at Jianchen and said gratefully, "Thank you for your assistance. Our Lanming clan will definitely be grateful to you." "There's no need for that. I only saved you along the way," the black-clothed young man said indifferently. He was Jianchen in his martial attire. The 3 bandits stared at the black-clothed Jianchen in fear. They trembled all over. Several dozen people had actually been killed by the black-clothed young man in less than 2 seconds. Such strength was enough to make them feel fear. Probably even the first boss of the Black Wind Bandits did not possess such strength. Quick, quick, let's go. He's an Earth Saint Master at the very least. One of the bandits trembled all over. His face had become ghastly pale, and he could not even speak coherently. He then immediately fled into the distance. The other two had also been frightened out of their wits by the words Earth Saint Master. They began to flee into the distance as well. Stop if you don't want to die. A voice rang out from behind. Hearing this voice, the 3 fleeing bandits' legs became weak. They almost knelt down in fright. They immediately stood where they were, not daring to flee anymore. Hero, I beg you to spare us. We have elders and children to take care of. We can't die, otherwise they won't be able to live. Immediately, a bandit knelt down and begged for mercy with tears and snot running down his face. In front of an Earth Saint Master at the very least, the 3 of them had no confidence in escaping. The 3 of you come here. Jianshan coldly stared at the 3 bandits and shouted. The 3 bandits' faces were extremely ugly. They looked at each other, and their faces were filled with fear. They anxiously came before Jianshan and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Jianshan emotionlessly glanced at the 3 of them, and then said to the middle-aged man, "You should deal with these 3. Thank you, little brother." The middle-aged man thanked Jianshan, and then said to the surviving guards, "Find a rope and tie the 3 of them up. We'll hand them over to the old patriarch to deal with later." Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately became pale. However, because there was a powerful Earth Saint Master present, they did not dare to act rashly. Very quickly, the 3 bandits were tied up by the guards like rice dumplings. "Guard Yun, what's the situation outside?" At this moment, a gentle girl's voice rang out from the carriage. The middle-aged man immediately replied, "Young miss, it's fine outside. A powerful little brother has saved us. Young miss, please come out and meet our savior." The carriage immediately fell silent, and then the door was opened. A woman wearing a red robe walked out of the carriage. This was a very beautiful girl. She was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a city. Her skin was as white and tender as mutton fat, and her limpid eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. Judging from her appearance, she was about 22 or 23 years old. She looked gentle and quiet, as if she was well-educated and well-mannered. Her appearance was not much worse than Huang Luan's, but the difference was that this girl was gentle and virtuous, while Huang Luan was unruly and capricious. The woman's face was sickly pale, perhaps due to the shock she had received earlier. There was not a trace of blood in her face, and there was still a trace of fear in her eyes. When she saw the bloody scene around her and the heads all over the ground, her body trembled. Her already pale face became even paler, frighteningly pale. This was the first time she had seen such a bloody scene in so many years. The girl forced herself to calm down. She glanced around and quickly saw the black-clothed and ordinary-looking Jianshan. She immediately bowed and said softly, "Thank you for your help. This little girl is very grateful for your life-saving grace." Jianshan waved his hand expressionlessly and said in a flat tone, "It's no big deal. I just did it in passing. Moreover, I also hate bandits. Now that you are safe, I should also leave. Goodbye." After saying that, Jianshan turned around and walked away. Although the young miss in front of him was very beautiful, Jianshan was not a lecherous person. Moreover, it was not like he had never seen beautiful people before. He had long been numb to them. No one thought that Jianshan would be so decisive, leaving just like that. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward and stopped Jianshan. With a pleading look, he said, "Hero, you see that all of us guards are injured. Even moving is a problem, let alone fighting. Why don't you save us to the end and escort us to Soccer City? Otherwise, if we meet some people with evil intentions on the road, we won't have the ability to deal with them." Hearing this, Jianshan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. because the place he was going to was also a city called Soccer City. Chapter 352. Jianchen agreeing to travel with them made the group of guards very happy. With an Earth Saint Master joining them, they no longer needed to be on tenterhooks and guard against the Black Wind Bandits' reinforcements and those with evil intentions. Jianchen was politely invited to the carriage by the middle-aged man. He refused to let Jianchen walk on the ground no matter what. Their mounts had already been killed in the battle with the bandit. Aside from the 3 second-rank magical beasts pulling the carriage, they couldn't find another mount to ride. Jianchen found it hard to refuse such hospitality, so he complied with the middle-aged man's wishes and sat cross-legged in the carriage's driver's seat. "Little brother, it's windy outside, you should go in," the middle-aged man said to Jianchen with a smile on his face. He was very polite. An Earth Saint Master could be considered a peak expert in the whole of Soccer City. The reason why their Lanming clan could become one of the 2 great clans in Soccer City was because their old patriarch was an Earth Saint Master. If they lost their patriarch, then their status in Soccer City would be much worse than it was now. At most, they could only be considered a first-rate clan in Soccer City. And there were more than a dozen such clans in Vesa City. From this, it could be seen that in a second-rate city like Soccer City, an Earth Saint Master had a very high status. "No, I don't like sitting inside," Jianchen said in an indifferent tone. Since Jianchen had said so, the middle-aged man couldn't say anything more. If he made Jianchen feel disgusted with him, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At this time, a faint fragrance came from behind. The carriage door opened and a woman wearing a red brocade gown came out. Finally, she sat down beside Jianchen. A pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to steal souls stared at Jianchen with an incomparably bright light. She softly said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. This little girl's name is Lan Ying. May I ask benefactor's name?" Jianchen's gaze swept across Lan Ying's beautiful face, then shifted his gaze to the front, and said, "I don't dare to accept your name. My name is Yang Yutian." "So it's young Master Yang. I wonder where young Master Yang lives, and where are you going on this trip?" Lan Ying's eyes flashed as she looked at Jianchen. However, when she saw the slight frown on Jianchen's face, she hurriedly said, "This little girl is just asking out of curiosity. If young Master Yang has something to say, please forgive this little girl's rudeness." Jianchen chuckled and said, "Miss is too serious. I come from a faraway country. This time, I am traveling around the continent to increase my knowledge and experience. At the same time, it is also a kind of experience. With the sky as my blanket and the earth as my bed, I have no fixed abode. No wonder young Master Yang has such powerful strength. It seems that he is very hard-working in his cultivation." The carriage slowly moved forward on the official road, while the dozen or so surviving guards followed closely on both sides of the carriage. On the road, they met a group of mercenaries riding ordinary horses. As the leader of the guards, a middle-aged man spent a large amount of money to buy a few horses from them. Afterwards, the 2 of them increased their speed and hurried to Soccer City. 4 hours later, the dozen or so guards covered in blood and a luxurious carriage finally entered the city. On the way, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. For a moment, the streets were filled with discussions. "Aren't these people from the Lan Ming clan? They are actually all injured. Don't tell me that there is a nearby force that dares to make an enemy of the Lan Ming clan? The Lan Ming clan is one of the 2 great clans of Soccer City. I heard that their old patriarch is an Earth Saint Master. In this region, other than the Firebird clan that is equally famous as the Lan Ming clan, who would dare to provoke them, the black-clothed Jianchen was sitting in the driver's seat. Under the escort of the dozen or so guards, he quickly moved through the streets of Soccer City. The young miss of the Lan Ming clan, Lan Ying, had already entered the carriage. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the front of the street. A large group of people riding magical beast mounts were rushing towards Jianchen's carriage. They moved very quickly. The leader was an old man riding a magical beast of the fourth step, a gale wolf. When the middle-aged man saw the old man running in front, he was immediately shocked. Then, his eyes revealed an excited expression. He cried out in surprise, "It's the old patriarch. The old patriarch has personally rushed over." The old patriarch of the Lan Ming clan very quickly stopped in front of everyone. The middle-aged man and the dozen or so guards covered in blood immediately bowed and saluted, loudly saying, "We greet the patriarch." The old man didn't even look at them. He turned around and jumped down from his mount. With a somewhat nervous expression, he quickly walked towards the carriage. With a somewhat anxious tone, he loudly said, Ing'er, are you all right?" The old man's expression was filled with anxiety and worry. The door of the carriage was opened. Lan Ing in a red brocade gown walked out of the carriage. As soon as she saw the old man, tears immediately streamed down her face. She cried out while choking with sobs, "Grandfather?" Seeing that Lan Ing was all right, the old man's expression immediately relaxed. Then, with vigorous steps, he jumped into the carriage. Both of his hands tightly hugged Lan Ing. With a face full of lingering fear, he muttered, "It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. Ing'er, this time it's all grandfather's fault." The old man was the patriarch of the Lan Ming clan. He loved his granddaughter very much. Since young, he had treated his granddaughter as the pearl of his palm and protected her. Just now, when he heard that the dozen or so guards of the Lan Ming clan were escorting a carriage into Casa City, he immediately guessed that the guards protecting his granddaughter had been attacked on the road. Because he was very worried about his granddaughter's safety, he immediately led a group of people and rushed over. The old man comforted Lan Ing, then looked at the middle-aged man who was the captain of the guards with a sharp gaze. He shouted in a deep voice, "Guard Yun, what exactly happened on the road? Who is it that is making things difficult for our Lan Ming clan?" "Patriarch, we were attacked by the Black Wind Bandit. The other party's lineup was strong, and we were not their match at all. If not for this young Master Yang's help at the critical moment, I'm afraid none of us would have been able to come back to see you," Guard Yun said with a face full of lingering fear. Hearing this, the gaze of the old patriarch of the Lan Ming clan immediately fell on Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the carriage. His eyes flashed as he quickly sized up Jianchen. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help, little brother. Our Lan Ming clan will definitely be grateful to you." Jianchen smiled slightly and also cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch is too polite. There's no need to thank me. I was just passing by. Little brother, our Lan Ming clan does not dare to forget the kindness of saving my granddaughter's life. Little brother, please come to our Lan Ming clan and let us do our best as hosts," the old patriarch said with a face full of sincerity. Jianchen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. "Then I'll have to bother you." "I won't bother you, I won't bother you." The old patriarch quickly waved his hand and said with a smile. At this time, Guard Yun pointed at the three bandits who were tied up like dumplings and said to the old patriarch, "Patriarch, these three people are the bandit leaders who attacked us. It was young Master Yang who helped us capture them. We are waiting for Patriarch to deal with them." The three bandits' mouths were covered, so they could only continuously make woo-woo sounds, and looked at the old patriarch of the Lan Ming clan as if begging for mercy. The old patriarch's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "First take them back and lock them up." The Lan Ming clan was located in the northeast of Soccer City. It was an ancient house that occupied a very large area. At this moment, in a clean, bright, and luxuriously decorated hall, the old patriarch of the Lan Ming clan personally entertained Jianchen, and casually chatted with Jianchen about some topics. Of course, he also inquired about Jianchen's identity and origin from the side. Jianchen also calmly and easily dealt with the old patriarch's questions. The topic of his identity and origin was completely the same as what he had told Lan Ing on the way here. Because Jianchen had concealed his aura and concealed his strength, The old patriarch was unable to accurately calculate Jianshan's exact strength. However, from Guard Yun's description, he was at least certain that Jianshan was an Earth Saint Master. Therefore, to such an expert, the old patriarch was rather polite and treated Jianshan as an equal. At this time, Jianshan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Patriarch, I wonder if you have heard of something called a space gate." "Space gate? What is that?" The old patriarch's face was filled with doubt. Clearly, he did not know about the existence of Spacegate. A sliver of disappointment appeared on Jianshan's face. The main reason he had come to the Lanming clan was to inquire about Spacegate. This place was just too far away from the kingdom of Jessen. He needed to return through a Spacegate. Otherwise, even with his mastery of the illusory flash, it would take him a very long time just to travel back. Moreover, it would be extremely tiring. When he had left the Blue Wind Kingdom, the situation between the kingdom of Jessen and the neighboring kingdoms had become tense. Now that 2 years had passed, he did not know whether the kingdom of Jessen had declared war on the neighboring kingdoms or not. It was a pity that he could not obtain any information about the kingdom of Jessen. After all, the kingdom of Jessen was only a small kingdom. There were at least 100 such kingdoms on the Tianyuan continent. Even if one of them was destroyed, it would not cause any waves on the Tianyuan continent. That night, Jianshan and a few members of the upper echelon of the Lanming clan had a sumptuous dinner together. Under the warm hospitality of the Lanming clan, they temporarily settled down. At the same time, in a sealed room of the Lanming clan, a few members of the upper echelon of the clan were discussing some matters. "Father, I don't think this method is appropriate. First of all, we don't know Yang Yutian's identity at all. We have only interacted with him for a short while, so we don't know much about his personality. Isn't it a little too hasty to betrothing her to him so rashly?" The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was Lan Ying's father. "Patriarch, you must know that he is an Earth Saint Master. Although his appearance is rather ordinary, he is able to become an Earth Saint Master at the age of 30. His future is limitless. It is very likely that he will become a Heaven Saint Master in the near future. Once our Lanming clan has the support of a peak Heaven Saint Master, I'm sure everyone knows the benefits to our clan." Chapter 353. Lan Zhen, you're oversimplifying the situation. First of all, we don't know anything about that person called Yang Yutian. If he has some kind of powerful background, then it is indeed a good thing for our Lanming clan. But have you ever thought about what would happen if Yang Yutian offended some terrifying enemy? What would happen to our Lanming clan? Although our Lanming clan has a very high status in Sava City, that is only limited to a small place like Soccer City. On the Tianyuan continent, our Lanming clan is as weak as an ant. There are some troubles that we can't afford to get involved with. So, I don't agree with sacrificing Ying Er's lifelong happiness for this bet. That makes sense. The identity of this person called Yang Yutian is unclear. Currently, we can't predict whether he will bring good fortune or disaster to our Lanming clan. This is too risky. Don't think of the situation as that bad. As the saying goes, riches and honor are found in danger. If we don't take the risk, then our Lanming clan can only hole up in this small soccer city forever. This is an opportunity for our Lanming clan. After all, such young experts are extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent. However, every single one of them is a heavenly genius. Their future is limitless. This may be an opportunity for our Lanming clan to rise up. More than a dozen people were gathered around the table in an intense discussion. Regarding the matter of betrothing the young lady of the Lanming clan to Jianshan and binding Jianshan to the Lanming clan, some people supported and some people opposed. Everyone had their own reasons and all of them were very clear and logical. So, after a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a final decision. "Alright, everyone calm down first. We won't be able to come to a conclusion even if we continue to discuss like this. Why don't we listen to the patriarch's opinion? A person said. Immediately, the gazes of more than a dozen people gathered on the old patriarch of the Lan Ming clan. The old patriarch sat at the head of the table with an expressionless face. He gave off a dignified feeling. He looked at everyone with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "Every single one of you is thinking of ways to rope in an Earth Saint Master as soon as you see him. Do you really think it's that easy to rope in someone like him? Moreover, such young experts are all very proud and arrogant. Although there is no lack of low-key people among them, such geniuses aren't people that our small Lanming family can keep. Maybe they won't stay in Soccer City for too long. Well, let's not discuss this anymore. This matter ends here. I will make my own judgment. If you have the leisure, then you should discuss how to deal with the Black Wind Bandit. Humph, they even dared to make a move on my precious granddaughter. If our Lanming family doesn't get justice for this matter, then we won't have the face to establish ourselves in Soccer City." "Yes, Patriarch." Everyone agreed, one after another. The old family head's prestige in the Lan Ming clan was very high. No one dared to disobey his words. Early the next morning, Jianchen dismissed the servants who had been sent to scout him. Afterwards, he left the Lan Ming family and wandered around the street. Soccer City was a second-class city. The flow of people was also very high. Some of the bustling streets were filled with people dressed in luxurious clothes. Mixed among them were quite a few rough-looking men dressed as mercenaries. In the middle of the streets, there were traces of carriages running over each other, as if symbolizing the splendor of Soccer City. Make way, everyone make way. Suddenly, a team of more than 20 mercenaries riding on first-grade magical beast mounts came running from behind at high speed. In the end, they dashed towards the city gate like lightning, causing the surrounding pedestrians to look at them in astonishment one after another. They seemed to be the werewolf mercenaries. Looking at their hurried appearance, it seems that something urgent has happened. A passerby looked at the group of mercenaries in the distance and commented, "You don't know about this. Last night, a piece of news came. It is said that a 6th-rank magical beast has appeared in the Thousand Poison Mountain range 500 kilometers away. It seems to have just given birth. Moreover, it is seriously injured and covered in blood. Its fighting strength is not even comparable to a 5th-rank magical beast." Looking at the Black Wolf mercenaries' hurried appearance, it seems that they are rushing over because of this matter. If they can kill a seriously injured 6th-rank magical beast, it would be a shocking fortune. A person dressed as a mercenary said, "You're just bragging. Since there is a seriously injured 6th-rank magical beast there, why don't you go?" That person didn't believe and questioned. The mercenary's face was also filled with helplessness. He said, "Even if it is a heavily injured magical beast, it is still not that easy to deal with. With the strength of a mere Saint Master, I'm afraid that even escaping will be a problem. It is best if I don't get involved in this kind of matter. Otherwise, I guarantee that I won't be able to live for long." Not far away, Jianchen's ears twitched slightly. He immediately heard the two people's conversation clearly. He immediately arrived in front of that person and asked, "Brother, you said that a 6th-rank magical beast has appeared in the Thousand Poison Mountain range. Is it true?" "Of course it's true. I just passed by that place last night and there is already a large group of people gathered there. Almost all of them are great Saint Masters and there are even Earth Saint Masters. How can it be false?" The mercenary's face was stern. It didn't seem like he was lying. At this time, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. Another group of over 30 people riding on magical beast mounts quickly rushed in the direction of the city gate. Those are the people from the Golden Scale mercenaries. The ones running at the front are the captain and vice-captain. It seems like they are also rushing towards the Thousand Poison Mountain range. Just as the people from the Golden Scale mercenaries left, another group of people quickly rushed over from the end of the street behind them. That is one of the two great clans of Soccer City, the Firebird clan. Seeing the group of people, someone immediately cried out in surprise. "Isn't that the patriarch of the Firebird clan? He is one of the 3 great experts of our soccer city. He is already an Earth Saint Master." Seeing that they are in such a hurry, could it be that something big has happened? The people on the street immediately began to discuss spiritedly. Not long after the people from the Firebird clan left, another group of people rushed over from the end of the street. When Jianshan saw this group of people, a trace of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. This was because this group of people was actually the people from the Lanming clan. The one at the front was the old patriarch of the Lanming clan. When the people from the Lanming clan were about to pass by him, Jianshan walked out of the crowd and stopped the group of people from the Lanming clan. In the beginning, the people from the Lanming clan all had angry expressions on their faces, but when they saw that the other party was Jianshan, the anger on their faces immediately disappeared without a trace. They greeted Jianshan with smiles on their faces. The patriarch of the Lanming clan also revealed a trace of a smile on his face and said, "Little brother, we have finally found you." "Patriarch, seeing that you are in such a hurry, could it be that something has happened?" Jianshan asked. The patriarch nodded and said, "That's right. Last night, we received news that there is a heavily injured Class 6 magical beast in the Thousand Poison Mountain range 500 kilometers away. We are currently rushing over there. Originally, I had sent someone to invite you here early in the morning, but you were already not in the clan. Due to the lack of time, we could only inform the guards to wait for you to return and tell you the news. After that, we left first. Little brother, I wonder if you are interested in going with us to the Thousand Poison Mountain range." "So this matter is actually true," Jianshan murmured in a low voice, then agreed to the request of the Lanming clan. Next, one of the people from the Lanming clan immediately gave up his leather mount to Jianshan, while he and another person rode together. Jianshan didn't speak nonsense, mounted his mount and followed the 30 people of the Lanming clan to the Thousand Poison Mountain range. After Jianshan left, the mercenary still stood there in a daze, looking at the distant figure of Jianshan, muttering, "Who is this person, actually walking so close to the Lanming clan? Even the patriarch of the Lanming clan is so polite to him. If I had known earlier, I would have tried to befriend him more." Jianshan and the people of the Lanming clan were madly rushing along the road, while the patriarch of the Lanming clan was constantly explaining the news of the Thousand Poison Mountain range to Jianshan. Riding on their 3rd-rank magical beasts, everyone quickly left Soccer City, then madly rushed along the official road. After an hour and a half of hurrying, they finally arrived at the periphery of the Thousand Poison Mountain range. From afar they could see a huge mountain range creeping on the ground like a giant beast. The peak of the mountain was faintly discernible in the clouds. Not to mention the steep terrain, it was also very high. The highest peak was at least 4,000 meters high. Even from afar, they could see a faint layer of poisonous gas floating around the Thousand Poison Mountain range. And at the periphery of the Thousand Poison Mountain range, a large group of people had already gathered. The number of people was at least several thousand, and many tents had already been set up. The group of people of the Lanming clan stopped at the periphery of the Thousand Poison Mountain range. Then the old patriarch took out a jade bottle and gave it to Jianshan, then said, "Little brother, this is the antidote. Although the poisonous gas here is not strong, and does not pose a threat to us, but after a long time, it will inevitably have some effects, so for the sake of safety, we should take a poison avoidance pill." Jianshan nodded, then took out a poison avoidance pill from inside, and swallowed it as if he was eating soybeans. After the people of the Lanming clan swallowed a poison avoidance pill, they dismounted one after another, leaving behind 2 people to keep watch. The rest followed the old patriarch into the depths of the Thousand Poison Mountain range. At this point, there was no need to distinguish the direction at all, because the ground had been densely covered with footprints that led to the depths of the forest. They only needed to follow this path forward, and the path made by the people in front of them would naturally lead them in the right direction. The weakest among them had already reached the level of Great Saint Master, so their speed was very fast. Not long after, they climbed to the highest peak, then after walking for a short distance, they stopped, because in front of them, there were already several hundred people gathered here. Each and every one of them had a serious expression on their face as they stared ahead. Chapter 354. Seeing this scene, Jianchen couldn't help but doubt. Was this really a severely injured Class 6 magical beast that only had the strength of a Class 5 magical beast? No matter how he looked at it, it was different from the rumors. Right now, there were already several hundred people standing in front of him with nervous expressions. Every single one of them looked at the tiger with a serious expression. Moreover, among these several hundred people, there were over 20 Earth Saint Masters. If more people gathered together, even if it really was a Class 6 magical beast, they would still be able to contend against it. However, the situation in front of him was completely different. The white tiger was completely white, without a single trace of blood on it. Not far from it, there were over 100 corpses, and there were even a few Earth Saint Masters among them. To kill these people without a single trace of blood on its body, this was not something a heavily injured Class 6 magical beast could do. Looks like the reality is different from the rumors. Maybe this white tiger is a powerful Class 6 magical beast that hasn't suffered any injuries at all. Jianchen quickly deduced the situation in front of him. A completely white tiger that was only half a meter long crawled out of the cave. The tiger was very cute, with a body covered in white fur. It had clearly been born not long ago, and its eyes had yet to open. Even crawling out of the cave was very strenuous. Its 4 short limbs were not enough to support its body to stand up from the ground. The tiger's body was very strange. It actually had a pair of short wings on its back. This was not something a normal tiger-type magical beast could have, making it stand out from the masses. Look, that's a cub of a Class 6 magical beast. Heavens, it actually has wings. Doesn't this mean that it can fly when it grows up? A cub of a Class 6 magical beast has appeared. It's actually a different species. This cub is clearly a cub that hasn't been born for long. If you start cultivating feelings from a young age, then when it grows up in the future, it will definitely be a very loyal and powerful helper. A cub of a Class 6 magical beast that has just been born, this is priceless. Seeing the tiger crawl out of the cave, the crowd immediately became excited. Their gazes became incomparably fiery, and their gazes were filled with greed. There were even some people who began to rub their hands together, as if they couldn't help but go up and grab the tiger. The commotion in the crowd seemed to have made the white tiger feel a little uneasy. It slowly opened its tightly closed eyes and looked at the crowd with a threatening expression. It growled in a low voice and then turned its head. It looked at the little tiger that was struggling to crawl to its side with a complicated expression. Its eyes were filled with doting, sadness, pain, sadness, and other very human emotions, but no one could see them. Sitting on the tree, Jianchen's eyes flashed. The moment the white tiger opened its eyes, he clearly saw that the white tiger's eyes were dim and lifeless. Although it also had a trace of ominous glint, it was mixed with weakness that couldn't be concealed. So much so that Jianchen even caught a trace of despair and unwillingness from the white tiger's eyes. The tiger cub, which was only half a meter long, crawled and rolled to the side of the white tiger's head with great difficulty. It kept rubbing its little head against the tigress's body, and it kept making woo-woo sounds from its mouth. The white tiger's eyes were filled with a motherly radiance, and its gaze towards the tiger cub was filled with tenderness. It was as if a loving mother was looking at her child with a doting gaze, without the slightest trace of fierceness. However, the white tiger's gentle gaze was filled with pain, and a trace of mist gradually condensed in its eyes. Because the white tiger's back was facing the crowd, it was impossible for the crowd to see the expression of the white tiger. Otherwise, everyone would have turned pale with fright, because the white tiger's expression was too human, and its emotions were too rich. It simply didn't seem like a magical beast. At this time, a group of about 100 people quickly walked over from the distance. Looking at the people in front of them blocking the path, one of them immediately shouted in an arrogant tone, out of the way, all of you, out of the way, the people of the Demon Cloud family are here, all of you, out of the way. When they heard the words Demon Cloud family, the crowd's expression slightly changed. Then the crowd immediately surged and made a path for the people of the Demon Cloud family. The group of people of the Demon Cloud family were all wearing black clothes. They arrogantly walked in and soon arrived at the front. Elder Bai, look, that's the cub of a Class 6 magical beast. Heavens, it actually has a pair of wings. A middle-aged man among the group of people of the Demon Cloud family cried out in surprise. Hearing that, a slightly older middle-aged man standing beside him also revealed a sliver of surprise. However, when he saw the corpses all over the ground and the white tiger's unscathed appearance, his face immediately became rather stern. He said in a low voice, "Be careful, this Class 6 magical beast isn't injured at all. Even if its battle prowess has been damaged from giving birth, it's still not something that we can deal with. Elder Bai, that's the cub of a Class 6 magical beast. Let's take advantage of the fact that no one is competing with us to snatch it away. Otherwise, once the people from the large clans arrive, we won't have a share even if we can snatch the cub. Yeah, Elder Bai, let's hurry up and give the order. Right now, no one dares to go against us. It's the best time to take action. Once those people come, it'll be extremely difficult for us to obtain the cub. Elder Bai, we have over a dozen Earth Saint Masters and over 70 Great Saint Masters this time. As long as we stall the Class 6 magical beast, the cub will be ours to take." Some of the people of the Demon Cloud family who had some status whispered into Elder Bai's ear. Hearing those words, Elder Bai, who only seemed to be in his 50s, was slightly tempted. After a moment of thought, he finally made up his mind and said, "How about this? Old Kai, you lead over a dozen Earth Saint Masters to stall the Class 6 magical beast. I'll go get the cub. Once we get the cub, everyone immediately scatter and flee." "Yes, Elder Bai." The dozen Earth Saint Masters all responded. They were all extremely excited. If they could successfully bring the cub back to the Black Cloud family, it would definitely be a great contribution. Afterwards, they discussed the finer details of the plan. The Earth Saint Masters of the Heian clan all took out their saint weapons and formed an offensive and defensive formation as they charged at the Class 6 magical beast. Elder Bai, on the other hand, nervously stood where he was. Once the Earth Saint Masters of the Heian clan had drawn the magical beast's attention away, he would use his fastest speed to protect the young magical beast and flee. When the people of the Black Cloud family began to move, the people of the other smaller clans also began to restlessly become restless. They seemed to want to participate in the fight for the cub. Sensing the reactions of the people around him, Elder Bai coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, if anyone dares to ruin the business of my Black Cloud family, then my Black Cloud family will definitely not let him go. A Class 6 magical beast is not something that just anyone can obtain. Everyone should carefully consider whether it is worth offending my Black Cloud family for a cub that you can't obtain." Hearing Elder Bai's threat, many people's expressions changed. They then secretly sighed. They had already given up on the idea of competing with the Black Cloud family for the cub. Not to mention the consequences of offending the Black Cloud family, just based on the situation before them, they could not compete with the Black Cloud family. After all, the Black Cloud family had sent over a dozen Earth Saint Masters and dozens of Great Saint Masters at once. The strength of their formation was enough to make everyone fear them. The Black Cloud family, what kind of family is that? They seem to have a pretty big background. Jianshan muttered as he sat on a large tree in the back. The Black Cloud family is one of the strongest families in our Skull Kingdom. They are so powerful that they are ranked third in the entire kingdom. It is said that the family has over 50 Earth Saint Masters and 3 Peak Heaven Saint Masters. The old patriarch of the Lan Ming family leapt onto a large tree beside Jianshan and explained to him. They actually have 3 Heaven Saint Masters. Haha, this Black Cloud family's strength really can't be underestimated. Jianshan chuckled. He did not take the patriarch seriously at all. After experiencing what had happened in Mercenary City, Jianshan's horizons had increased by a lot. Mercenary City had a saint ruler on the level of the Holy Emperor, and there were at least a dozen saint rulers. In Jianshan's eyes, the Black Cloud family with 3 Heaven Saint Masters could only be considered pretty good. Jianshan, who was concentrating on the scene before him, did not realize that his casual expression had been completely seen by the old patriarch of the Lan Ming family. This made the old patriarch wonder about Jianshan's identity once again. He actually looked down on the Black Cloud family with 3 Heaven Saint Masters. Just what level of strength did he have? Roar! A loud tiger's roar rang out. The white tiger opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of powerful energy, which immediately turned into a dozen sharp swords. They shot toward the dozen Earth Saint Masters charging over with lightning speed. The dozen or so Earth Saint Masters of the Heian clan did not even have the time to dodge before their chests were pierced by the sharp swords formed from the energy. The dozen or so Earth Saint Masters did not even have the time to scream before they silently fell to the ground, no longer moving. This change stunned Elder Bai, who had already mustered up all his energy and was ready to charge forward and steal the cub at any time. He stared at the dozen Earth Saint Masters who had collapsed in disbelief. His face was filled with shock as he immediately yelled, "Old Kai, Bentley, Chajak, how are you?" Even after a long while, Elder Bai still did not receive any response. The dozen or so Earth Saint Masters of the Heian clan did not even move an inch. Elder Bai's face instantly turned pale. He stared at the white tiger that was less than 3 meters long in front of him in horror. His face was full of disbelief. "No, no, this is impossible, this is impossible." Elder Bai murmured with a pale face. He was unable to accept this result. Even if the white tiger was a Class 6 magical beast in perfect condition, it was impossible for it to kill over a dozen Earth Saint Masters so easily. Those were Earth Saint Masters. Chapter 355. The white tiger had killed over a dozen Earth Saint Masters with a single roar. Not only had the Black Cloud clan's Elder Bai and Jianshan been shocked by such a shocking achievement, even the jaws of the several hundred onlookers had dropped to the ground. All of them looked at the white tiger in a different light. Heavens, isn't this tiger too powerful? It killed over a dozen Earth Saint Masters in a single stroke. Is this the strength of a Class 6 magical beast? There is a huge gap between Class 6 and Class 5. It's not something that can be made up with numbers. Unless a Heaven Saint Master personally comes, no one here can deal with this magical beast. Impossible. There is indeed a huge gap between Class 6 and Class 5 magical beasts, but it can't be this big. This magical beast is at least at the peak of Class 6. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to kill over a dozen Earth Saint Masters so easily. Yes, this magical beast is at the peak of the 6th class at the very least. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to kill over a dozen Earth Saint Masters so easily. If all of them worked together, they would be able to contend against a regular Class 6 magical beast. The onlookers immediately began to discuss with one another. All of them were emotional. Clearly, they had been shocked by the white tiger's ability to kill over a dozen Earth Saint Masters. This was because many of them were still at the Great Saint Master realm. Earth Saint Masters were unreachable experts in their eyes. However, at this moment, the Earth Saint Masters who were considered experts in their eyes were actually so weak in front of the white tiger. This gave them a huge shock. I'm actually lucky enough to see a magical beast at the peak of Class 6. Heavens, this is equivalent to a peak Heaven Saint Master. A middle-aged man dressed as a mercenary excitedly said. The white tiger's display of strength scared off many people. Although it had killed over 100 people before, and there was no lack of Earth Saint Masters among them. The shock this time was extremely great. It made those great Saint Masters immediately give up on their greedy thoughts. Even some Earth Saint Masters began to think about retreating. The strength that the White Tiger had displayed had terrified them. Probably only a Heaven Saint Master could match up to the White Tiger. Elder Bai of the Black Cloud clan didn't know what to do for a moment, but a 6th-rank magical beast cub was right in front of him. This made him very unwilling to retreat. Men, immediately return to the clan and report everything that happened here. Elder Bai immediately said to one of the men. Yes. Immediately, a few people left the place. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The matter of a Class 6 magical beast appearing in the Thousand Poisons mountain range had become known by more and more people. As the news of the Class 6 magical beast spread, more and more people gathered in the mountain range. Now, other than the Heian clan, there were a few other clans that were not much weaker than the Heian clan. Almost every single one of them had brought a dozen or more Earth Saint Masters with them. As a result, over 100 Earth Saint Masters had gathered in the mountain range. It was said that a Heaven Saint Master from the Heian clan had personally rushed over and would arrive soon. From this, it could be seen how great the temptation of a Class 6 magical beast cub was. Move aside, everyone move aside, the people from the Dragon Tiger sect are here. Everyone, please move aside, we are from the Divine Firmament sect. The people from the Baiwei clan are here, everyone move aside. We are from the War God mercenary group, everyone move aside. In the Myriad Poisons Mountains, there were many large clans that had arrived. They had all heard about the Class 6 magical beast cub and had come to fight for it. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and had at least several Earth Saint Masters accompanying them. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it was no longer something the Lanming clan could interfere with. The old patriarch of the Lanming clan had already given up on the idea of snatching the food from the tiger's mouth. He had led some of the clan's experts and retreated far away. He had no intention of interfering in this matter at all. Today, the leaders of the various clans had gathered together to discuss the matter of the White Tiger. Although there were so many Earth Saint Masters gathered here, and it was enough to kill a Class 6 magical beast in perfect condition, none of them were willing to pay such a high price. In their eyes, killing a Class 6 magical beast was not difficult. The most important thing was who the Class 6 magical beast would belong to. How about this? I believe you all know how powerful this Class 6 magical beast is. It can easily kill more than 10 Earth Saint Masters. Why don't we gather all the Earth Saint Masters and kill the Class 6 magical beast first and then fight for the cub based on our own strength? A middle-aged man from the Baiwei clan suggested. No, what if someone takes the opportunity to snatch the cub while we are dealing with the Class 6 magical beast? A vice-captain of the War God mercenary group said. Whoever dares to do that will become an enemy of all of our clans. We will surround and attack them, an expert from the Dragon Tiger sect said. Alright, let's do it this way. Let's go arrange the manpower. Very soon, the various clans had come to an agreement. The only one who was unhappy was the Heian clan. This was because their ancestor, a Heaven Saint Master, was rushing over. If they delayed until their ancestor arrived, who would dare to compete with them for the cub? Unfortunately, the other clans also understood this, so they did not hesitate and immediately took action. Jianshan continued to sit on the tree and watch the situation unfold. The people from the Lanming clan were afraid of causing trouble for no reason, so they retreated far away. This was because the Lanming clan could not afford to offend any of the clans gathered here. The various clans had already sent out 50 Earth Saint Masters to surround and kill the White Tiger. At this moment, they were making the final preparations and were only waiting for the order to be given. As for the White Tiger, it was still lazily lying at the entrance of the cave with its eyes closed. It only opened a little to observe the situation around it. However, Jianshan, who had been watching over the White Tiger, was very clear in his heart that the white tiger in front of him was very weak. It looked like it was lazily lying there without any fear, but Jianchen suspected that this white tiger was not even able to stand up. This was because in these 2 days, the white tiger had not moved at all, as if it had no strength at all. If the white tiger really had a strong battle strength, it would have already killed all those who had ulterior motives for its son. However, it did not do so. With the temperament of magical beasts, this was basically impossible. This was one of the biggest points of suspicion. "Human, help my child." At this moment, a weak voice entered Jianchen's ears. The sudden voice made Jianchen jump in fright. His whole body quivered, and he immediately jumped down from the tree. His eyes vigilantly looked around, but he did not find anyone suspicious. Jianchen's heart began to beat uncontrollably. Just now, he had not sensed anyone approaching, but there was actually someone who spoke in his ear. This made him feel extremely shocked. "Human, I beg you to help my child." At this moment, the same voice entered Jianchen's ears again. The voice seemed to have a trace of pleading in it. It was incomparably weak, and even the voice seemed to be lacking in strength. Jianchen's body slightly trembled, but this time he did not make a fuss. He carefully sensed the direction of the voice, and then looked in front of him in disbelief, where the white tiger was. "Who are you?" Jianchen's mouth slightly opened and whispered. He believed that the owner of the voice could hear him. "My name is Rum Guinness. I am the magical beast in front of you." A weak voice sounded in Jianchen's ears. From the voice, it was not difficult to hear that it was a female, but the tone was very weak. Hearing this, Jianchen turned pale with fright. He looked at the white tiger in disbelief. He never thought that the person who spoke to him was not a human, but a magical beast. Moreover, the voice was no different from a human's. How could this not make Jianchen feel surprised? Then, a thought quickly flashed in Jianchen's mind. His face was filled with horror as he exclaimed in a low voice, Could it be that you are not a rank 6 magical beast, but a rank 7 magical beast?" In the library of Kargas, Jianchen had read many books about magical beasts. He knew that rank 7 magical beasts could transform into human form and speak human language. There was not the slightest difference between them and a normal human. "According to how you humans categorize us magical beasts, I am indeed a rank 7 magical beast." The weak voice sounded in Jianchen's ears again. It was like someone was whispering into Jianchen's ears, and only he could hear it. "A class 7 magical beast. Isn't that equivalent to a saint ruler?" Jianchen's face was filled with shock. His heart was in turmoil. He found it hard to believe that the white tiger that had been lying at the entrance of the cave for 2 whole days without moving was actually a class 7 magical beast with the strength of a saint ruler. If the people of the various large organizations found out that the white tiger was a class 7 magical beast, they would probably all flee faster than rabbit. How would they have the courage to try and steal their young? "Human, I'm begging you. Please help my child." The white tiger's voice once again sounded in Jianchen's ears. This time, it was filled with pleading. Jianchen calmed down very quickly. The white tiger's words made him bitterly smile. He softly muttered to himself, "How can a puny earth saint master like me help you with something that even a class 7 magical beast like you can't do? There are so many people here, so you can ask them for help. Human, out of so many people, you're the only one I can entrust my life to. The others aren't reliable. Can you help my child?" The white tiger's weak voice rang out in Jianchen's head. "You don't even know what kind of person I am, so why do you say that I'm the most worthy of your trust?" Jianchen's face was filled with confusion. He felt that the white tiger was being a little too careless. Chapter 356. Hearing this, Jianchen immediately felt troubled. He had already realized that this might not be a good task. Jianchen thought for a moment and said, "Then can you tell me what kind of trouble you've encountered? How can I help you?" At this moment, a wave of battle cries rang out from the front. The people from the various large organizations had already finished their preparations. A total of 50 Earth Saint Masters charged toward the white tiger. Roar! The eyes of the white tiger on the ground shone with an ominous light. It raised its head to the sky and let out a deafening roar. It spread through the entire Thousand Poisons mountain range. Immediately, countless poisonous creatures in the Thousand Poisons mountain range trembled on the ground. They were all terrified, as if they had received a great shock. White Tiger, who had been lying on the ground for 2 days without moving, suddenly stood up. Its eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light as it stared at the group of people rushing over. Then, with a leap, it actually rushed into the crowd. The white tiger's body was not very large, only 3 meters long, but its strength was terrifying. It charged into the group of 50 Earth Saint Masters like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every swipe was a massacre. No one could dodge the white tiger's attack. No one could survive a swipe from the white tiger. No one could even land a hit on the white tiger. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 50 Earth Saint Masters from the various large organizations had all been killed by the white tiger. Not a single one of them was spared. Every single one of them had been killed in a single strike. No matter where the white tiger had struck, it was impossible for them to survive. After killing the 50 Earth Saint Masters, the white tiger glared at the people from the various large organizations with an ominous glint in its eyes. It roared loudly, scaring everyone into retreating. The white tiger did not kill them all. It slowly turned around and continued to walk toward the entrance of the cave. The light of weakness in its eyes became more and more obvious. The white tiger returned to the entrance of the cave and slowly lay down. Placing its head on the ground, it slowly closed its eyes. The leaders of the various large organizations all looked at the white tiger with pale faces. Their lips were chattering for a long time, but no words came out. They were all quite frightened by the white tiger's strength. This magical beast is too powerful. Its strength has indeed reached the peak of the 6th class. After a long while, the leader of one of the forces finally spoke with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the white tiger. He's too strong. What should we do? We're no match for him. Even if all of us attack him together, we won't be able to kill him, another person said. No, this magical beast is too abnormal. Since it is so strong, why didn't it kill all of us? With the protective nature of magical beasts towards their children, there is no reason for it to let us go. That's right, this is too abnormal. Look at that magical beast. Why does it look so listless? It's always lying there with its eyes closed, not moving at all. Rumor has it that it is heavily injured. Everyone thinks that it is very weak and does not have the ability to deal with all of us. After everyone recovered from their shock, they began to discuss with each other, voicing their thoughts one after another. Magical beasts were very protective of their own childishness, no less than how humans doted on their own children. And anyone who had ideas about their children would have to suffer the crazy revenge of the magical beast. But this white tiger's approach was a bit strange. At this time, the white tiger's voice rang in Jianshan's ears again. Human, I can't hold on for much longer. I beg you to agree to a request of mine. Take my child and leave this place. You are the only one who is worthy of my trust. I don't want my child to fall into the hands of those people. The white tiger's voice was much weaker than before. It was filled with pleading. Hearing this, Jianshan frowned and thought for a while. In the end, he nodded. All right, I promise to help you take care of your child. Human, I am truly grateful to you. My intuition tells me that giving my child to you is a very wise choice. I can feel that if my child encounters any danger, you will definitely do your best to help him, right? The white tiger's voice was filled with joy. That's right. Jianshan nodded without hesitation. Human, Rum Guinness is very grateful to you. Although this will cause you some trouble, I have no other choice. Human, go into the cave. There are some things I have to tell you, the tiger said. Jianshan did not hesitate. He leaped over the crowd and shot into the cave behind the white tiger like lightning. Damn it, who is this? Does he want to die? This person doesn't want to live anymore. Jianshan's actions were not stopped by the people of the major forces. They all looked at Jianshan as if they were looking at an idiot. However, to everyone's disbelief, when Jianshan entered the cave smoothly and disappeared from everyone's sight, the white tiger lying at the entrance of the cave did not seem to see Jianshan at all. It did not even open its eyes. Is the white tiger asleep? The crowd began to become restless. Jianshan's smooth entry into the cave made many people jealous. Many people outside wanted to copy Jianshan and quickly rush into the cave. At this moment, two figures shot out from the crowd. They were actually faster than Jianshan and shot into the cave behind the white tiger. This was because the little tiger was in the dark cave. Roar! The white tiger that was lying motionless on the ground immediately let out a low roar. It waved its front paws, causing a layer of faint ripples to appear in the surrounding air. Then, the bodies of the two people in the air immediately split in half and fell to the ground powerlessly, spraying blood all over the sky. Two Earth Saint Masters were killed so easily. This scene immediately dispelled the thoughts of others who wanted to copy Jianshan and rush into the cave at high speed. After killing the two people, the white tiger glanced at everyone with an ominous glint in its eyes. After that, it slowly walked into the pitch-black cave and disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other. They couldn't understand why the white tiger didn't kill the person who had entered the cave before. In the cave, a fist-sized luminous pearl hung high on the ceiling, illuminating the entire cave. It wasn't as dark as it seemed from the outside. In the corner of the cave, a half-meter-long tiger cub was curled up and sleeping with its eyes closed. It looked very cute, but the pair of short wings on its back showed that it wasn't ordinary. The white tiger slowly walked in from outside. It looked at the little tiger in the corner with a doting gaze. It then stood up, and under Jianshan's dumbfounded gaze, it slowly turned into a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was very valiant. She was over 2 meters tall, a head taller than Jianshan. She had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Her strong physique was almost comparable to Qin Zhao's. Jianshan stared blankly at the middle-aged woman. Although he knew that a few Class 7 magical beasts could take human form, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. He felt that it was very mystical. The scene in front of him was simply too unbelievable. If the scene in front of him was placed in the world of Jianshan's previous life, then this middle-aged woman would be a true demoness. A demoness who had cultivated successfully, and a tiger demoness at that. The world Jianshan currently lived in was on a completely different level from his previous life. The lifespan of an ordinary person in this world was around 200 years, while the lifespan of an Earth Saint Master was around 500 years. The lifespan of a Heaven Saint Master was around 1,000 years. In his original world, even the peak experts could only live for a little over 100 years. Only people like Dugu Qiubai could barely live for 200 years. The white tiger, who had turned into a middle-aged woman, hugged the half-meter-long cub intimately in her arms and looked at it dotingly. Then, she turned her gaze towards Jianshan and said, "Human, thank you for helping me take care of my child. Rum Guinness is unable to repay your kindness. Can you tell me about the trouble you've encountered? You seem to be very weak. Have you reached the end of your lifespan?" Jianshan asked rather helplessly. He really struggled to compare this middle-aged woman with the white tiger from before. The middle-aged woman sighed sorrowfully. "Human, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. I'll tell you everything. I just hope that you won't abandon my child after hearing this story." "I won't. Don't worry, Jianshan, will never go back on my word. I'm not someone who goes back on my word," Jianshan swore. The middle-aged woman looked at Jianshan in interest, but she could not hide the weakness in her eyes no matter what. "I believe you. My instincts tell me that you're not lying." The middle-aged woman fell silent as if she had sunk into a painful memory. she murmured. In the depths of the Cross Mountains, there's a magical beast clan that rules over all the high-class magical beasts there. The clan is called the Gilligan clan. There are 2 kings in the Gilligan clan. They respectively control the land magical beasts and the flying magical beasts of the Cross Mountains. Us tigers and rocks are members of the royal family of the Gilligan clan, because the king of the land magical beasts is a golden-furred tiger king, while the king of the flying magical beasts is a huge rock. I am a powerful elder of the Gilligan clan, said the Gilligan. Chapter 357. At the mention of the winged tiger, Rum Guinness became emotional and said, "The winged tiger is the king of us tigers. It has a supreme status among us magical beasts. It is a true beast god. That's because a winged tiger god appeared in the ancient times. It was because of its appearance that all of us magical beasts were united. We led our magical beast army across the ocean and chased the 100 races away from a continent that was extremely suitable for us to live in, taking over this continent. When we found out that our child was the great winged tiger god, the 2 of us were extremely excited. The child's father immediately couldn't help but tell his elder brother about this great news. However, that was where the nightmare began. In the past, we never thought that a day like this would come. We never thought that the child's father's elder brother would be so vicious. His elder brother was afraid that the appearance of the winged tiger god would threaten his position, so he harbored evil intentions and tried to kill our child. In order to protect our child, the 2 of us left the Gilligan clan. However, the ruler of the Gilligan clan still refused to let us go. He kept the matter of our child being the winged tiger god a secret and personally hunted us down. He was extremely powerful. Even when the child's father and I worked together, we were not his opponent. We were both heavily injured by him. In the end, the child's father risked his life to stop his elder brother so that I could escape with the child. I can no longer sense the child's father's presence now. He has already been killed by his own elder brother. Rum Guinness' expression became very sorrowful at this point. 2 clear streams of tears flowed down her face. I fled with my child with all my might, leaving the Cross Mountain range. When I arrived here, it seemed like it was the will of the heavens. Perhaps even the heavens didn't want anything to happen to my child. When I arrived here, I actually stayed here for half a year. At the very end of my life, I actually met you, someone worthy of my trust. Could it be that all of this is the will of the heavens? At the end of your life? Could it be that your injuries are very serious? Are you unable to recover? Jianchen asked. Rum Guinness said with a sorrowful expression, "That's right. When the king of the Gilligan clan heavily injured me, a strand of pure and powerful dark energy entered my body. In the past few days, it has been constantly destroying my body. This dark energy is the origin energy of the king of the Gilligan clan. I've done everything I can, but I can't do anything about it. I can only watch as it constantly destroys my body and devours my life force. If it were not for the fact that we magical beasts have innately powerful bodies, I would have died long ago. I can only last for 3 days at most." Jianchen's face changed when he heard that. He quickly interrupted Rum Guinness. "Is there any other way to purge the dark energy in your body?" Rum Guinness shook her head. "It's useless. The dark energy the king of the Gilligan clan left in me is his origin energy. It's extremely powerful, and it has already invaded every part of my body. It's basically destroying all my life force. Even if I purge the dark energy, I definitely won't be able to live for long with my current injuries." "Then what if there's a radiant Saint Master? Can they heal you?" Jianchen looked at Rum Guinness nervously. Rum Guinness shook her head gently. "The dark energy is so powerful that it's not something a regular radiant Saint Master can purge. If you want to purge the dark energy in my body, you need a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master at the very least. However, Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It's impossible to find them, and I don't have that much time right now." Even if I can find them, they won't purge the dark energy for me. You don't understand the relationship between my Gillian clan and you humans. It's impossible for your Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters to help Maine. Why don't you let me try? I might be able to help you. Jianchen looked at Guinness sternly. It's useless, human. Don't waste your efforts. I don't have much time left. It's best if you leave with my child right now. I will use the last of my power to deal with the people outside so that I can leave here safely. Guinness's expression was indifferent. She was ready to leave this world. After saying this, her eyes suddenly became blurred. She murmured in a low voice, "Child's father, you are not alone. I will be with you soon. Let us watch our child grow up in another world." Jianchen felt sad when he saw Guinness' expression. He no longer said anything else and slowly closed his eyes. He focused on controlling the radiant saint force in the surroundings. Although he knew it was impossible for him to purge the dark energy within Guinness, he still wanted to try. A ball of milky white light slowly formed between Jianchen's hands. It rapidly expanded at a visible rate, becoming a dazzling ball of light very soon. The light was bright, but it was extremely gentle. It was not dazzling at all. When the light shone on people, they would feel comfortable. Guinness was surprised. She immediately suppressed her sorrow when she saw this. She stared at Jianchen in surprise and said in shock, "You're actually a Radiant Saint Master as well. How is this possible?" Guinness' voice was filled with disbelief. Jianchen knew that the dark energy within Guinness was extremely powerful, so he focused on condensing the Radiant Saint force. He was unable to divert his attention to speak at all. He could not even make out Guinness' voice clearly. A while later, when the Radiant Saint force reached the limits of Jianchen's control, he slowly extended his hands. The Radiant Saint force in his hands slowly flew out and enveloped Guinness. After recovering from her shock, Guinness accepted the unbelievable sight before her very soon. After sensing the strength of the Radiant Saint force, she shook her head and sighed in the end. "It's no good. Your Radiant Saint force is too weak. It's impossible for you to purge the origin energy of darkness in my body. I can only suppress it for a while at most." Jianchen's eyes lit up. He immediately asked, "How long can it be suppressed for?" Guinness remained silent for a while, as if she was calculating. "In the end," she said, "Radiant Saint force just happens to be the nemesis of dark energy. If I have enough Radiant Saint force, I should be able to temporarily seal up the dark energy under my guidance. However, I'll need to maintain the seal and suppress the dark energy with everything I have. I won't be able to fight against anyone." Jianchen rejoiced inside when he heard that. He could finally prevent this powerful magical beast from dying. He then said rather excitedly, "If that's the case, let's do this. I'll provide you with enough Radiant Saint force to seal up the dark energy within you." A gleam of joy flashed through Guinness' eyes when she heard that, but they dimmed soon after. She said, "No, if I do that, I won't be able to use the energy within me to fight against anyone. There are so many people outside. You won't be able to charge out by yourself. Although you've hidden your presence, I can still sense your strength. You won't be able to deal with so many people at once. I can already sense that a human Heaven Saint Master is hurrying over. He'll be here soon, so I need to kill him." Jianchen's face changed when he heard her mention a Heaven Saint Master. Although the white tiger before him could kill a Heaven Saint Master, her wounds would worsen if she did that. This was because her wounds would worsen every time she attacked. If she really did run out of energy, she probably would not even have the strength to seal up the dark energy within her. "Don't worry, I can deal with the people outside. I also have the ability to shake off a Heaven Saint Master. I'll provide you with Radiant Saint force right now, so immediately seal up the dark energy within you," Jianchen hurriedly said before immediately providing Guinness with Radiant Saint force. "Human, why are you helping me like this? I've already entrusted my child to you. I don't have any last wishes. Right now, I just want to go to the other world to find my child's father. He'll definitely be lonely there." 2 lines of tears flowed from Rum Guinness' eyes as she spoke with a sobbing voice. "Since you're a mother, you have to be responsible for your child. Do you want your child to be an orphan without parents? Do you know that this will be a great pain to your child? This is something that can never be made up for, so no matter what, I hope that you can live on. Just treat it as doing it for your child. Don't you want to take revenge for your husband? Don't tell me that your husband has been cruelly killed by his own brother, and you can only silently endure the pain without doing anything? Don't tell me that you're going to throw such a difficult task to your child, who hasn't even grown up yet? Are you still a mother in the end? Have you ever thought about your child?" Jianshan's voice was rather emotional. He basically growled towards the end. Since there was hope, he would not let Rum Guinness die no matter what. After hearing her story, Jianshan's emotions had been affected as well. He felt some sympathy for this unfortunate mother and child. Another reason was that Jianshan did not wish for an expert who could rival human saint rulers to die like this. Rum Guinness was momentarily speechless when she heard Jianshan's words. She could only sob softly. Jianshan's words had shaken her original thoughts of dying like this. Chapter 358. Rum Guinness nodded painfully. She sobbed, "I'll listen to you. For my child, I have to live on. I can't give such a difficult task to my child. I have to avenge my husband. I have to watch my child grow up." Jianshan immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Rum Guinness had regained her motivation to live. He had finally saved a saint ruler. "The dark energy has already entered my bones. Radiant Saint Force just happens to be its nemesis. Use your Radiant Saint Force to force the dark energy out. Leave everything else to me." Rum Guinness calmed down very quickly and said to Jianshan. Afterwards, Jianshan worked with Rum Guinness as hard as he could. The two of them spent 2 whole hours. With Jianshan's assistance, Rum Guinness finally completely sealed the dark energy within her body. At the same time, she suppressed it with all her might, preventing the dark energy from breaking through the seal of Radiant Saint Force. This was because the Radiant Saint Force was just too weak compared to the dark energy. However, Rum Guinness had also lost the strength of a Class 7 magical beast. She could not use any of the energy within her body right now. She could only rely on her body to complete all her actions, even fighting. Her strength had been greatly reduced. Afterwards, Jianshan spent another hour healing a small portion of Rum Guinness' wounds. Only then did he stop and prepare to break out of the encirclement with Rum Guinness. "Human, I can't use my strength right now. I can't protect my child anymore. Please take my child away." Rum Guinness' face was covered in tears as she reluctantly handed the baby tiger to Jianshan. Jianshan took the sleeping tiger and solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of your child. When I reach the 7th step of the Radiant Saint Master Realm, I'll completely remove the dark energy in your body." Rum Guinness looked at Jianshan with gratitude and said, "Human, I know what you said is true. I can feel that you really care about me and my son. I, Rum Guinness, will always remember your kindness. Also, because my child is a winged tiger god, its growth will be especially slow. It needs to consume a large number of heavenly resources to speed up its growth. Once my child grows up, it'll have the ability to search for heavenly resources as well," Jianshan said with a smile. After that, Rum Guinness reminded Jianshan of many things related to this matter, such as that he must remember that his child was a winged tiger, and so on. Jianshan took Rum Guinness's words to heart and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. Let's leave this place immediately. The longer we stay, the more variables there will be." After saying that, Jianshan didn't waste any more time. With his left hand holding the baby tiger, he used his clothes to cover its body and rushed out of the cave. With a leap, he shot off into the distance. "He's obtained a Class 6 magical beast, don't let him escape." It was a pity that there were many people with sharp minds. As soon as they saw Jianchen holding something in his arms, they immediately guessed what it was. At that moment, everyone began to move. The remaining 50 Earth Saint Masters all flew up to block Jianchen's path. Jianchen's eyes became incomparably sharp as they flashed with killing intent. The light wind sword appeared in his hand, covered with a layer of purple and green sword chi. With a few flashes of sword light, Jianchen's light wind sword pierced out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Earth Saint Masters in front of him were killed. However, the surrounding people were all mesmerized by the enticement of a Class 6 magical beast. Each and every one of them stared at the bulging thing in Jianchen's arms. Although they couldn't see what was inside, it was no longer important. When Jianchen was in the cave, the white tiger didn't stop him. Then, when he was inside with the white tiger for so long, there was no sound of fighting. Under such circumstances, even an idiot would know that the relationship between Jianchen and the white tiger wasn't that simple. Now that they saw Jianchen running out of the cave, as long as they had a brain, they would know that Jianchen was running away with a Class 6 magical beast. Jianchen's lightning-fast killing of the 3 Earth Saint Masters didn't scare them away. The remaining Earth Saint Masters had already jumped into the air to block Jianchen's path. Several saint weapons and tens of powerful sword chi flew towards Jianchen at the same time. Jianchen's light wind sword was forced to the ground by the attacks of the Earth Saint Masters. His eyes became even sharper as the purple and green sword chi on his light wind sword became even more intense. His long sword turned into a sky full of sword images as he charged forward. He wanted to carve out a path of blood. Now that Jianchen was a 4th cycle Earth Saint Master, his strength was much greater than before. With the help of the purple and green sword spirits, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Unexpectedly, no one was able to stop him. The child is on him. We must stop him. Don't let him take the Class 6 magical beast's child away. Great Saint Masters retreat. All Earth Saint Masters surround him. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place. Within the crowd, the leaders of the various powers continuously gave out orders. Immediately, the Earth Saint Masters began to close in on Jianchen, while the Great Saint Masters quickly retreated. Very quickly, Jianchen was surrounded by a large group of Earth Saint Masters. In front of him, there were more than 10 Earth Saint Masters who had formed an offensive and defensive formation to block Jianchen's path. "Those who block me will die," Jianchen loudly shouted. His speed did not decrease in the slightest. His left hand held the tiger that Rum Guinness had entrusted to him, while his right hand held the light wind sword fearlessly. As he approached the 10 Earth Saint Masters who were blocking his path, the light wind sword that was infused with purple and green sword chi stabbed towards them. The speed of Jianchen's sword was extremely fast. Among the 10 Earth Saint Masters, only a few managed to block Jianchen's sword. The rest did not even have time to react before they were pierced through. There were even a few who did not manage to catch a glimpse of the sword. As for those who had blocked Jianchen's attack, their saint weapons had all been pierced by the purple and green sword chi, causing them to vomit blood as they retreated, greatly reducing their battle prowess. The offensive and defensive formation formed by the 10 Earth Saint Masters had been broken apart by Jianchen in an instant. At this time, another 10 Earth Saint Masters surrounded Jianchen from all directions. Their saint weapons surged with energy as they slashed towards Jianchen, sealing off any path of escape for Jianchen. Jianchen coldly snorted as he circulated the heaven-seizing fortune art, increasing his strength by 3 times. He then stabbed out with the light wind sword at an inconceivable speed. Only the sounds of weapons colliding could be heard, as the 10 saint weapons that were heading towards Jianchen were all blocked by the light wind sword. When the purple and green sword chi collided with the saint weapons, each of the saint weapons had a thumb-sized hole in them. When the saint weapons were damaged, the owners of the saint weapons were also affected. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they stared at Jianchen in shock. A few people immediately noticed the purple and green sword chi on Jianshan's light wind sword. Their faces immediately changed as they cried out. His saint weapon has a purple and green sword chi. Not good, he's Jianshan. He's the one who obtained first place in the mercenary tournament, Jianshan. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, everyone who was surrounding Jianshan stared at him in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This place was only 10,000 li away from Mercenary City, so it could be said that it was extremely close. The name of the mercenary king, Jianshan, was like thunder to their ears. The news of the mercenary king, Jianshan, had also spread like wildfire. In the end, almost everyone knew that Jianshan's saint weapon had a faint purple and green sword chi that could easily destroy an Earth Saint Master's saint weapon. Right now, the purple and green sword chi was practically a symbol of Jianshan's status. This was because no one in the Tianyuan continent had a saint weapon that emitted a purple light. In the Tianyuan continent, no one had ever possessed a saint weapon that emitted a purple light. In the Tianyuan continent, there had never been anyone who possessed a saint weapon that emitted a purple light. However, what they found hard to believe was that the person who had stolen the infant of a Class 6 magical beast was actually the mercenary king, Jianshan. This result immediately stunned many people on the spot, not knowing how to deal with it. This was because every mercenary king was not an ordinary person. In the future, they would at least become a Heaven Saint Master. Many large organizations were unwilling to offend them. Soon, Jianshan's name was known by the people in the outer circle. Immediately, an intense debate broke out. Gradually, the news spread further and further. More and more people came to know that the champion of the mercenary tournament, the king of mercenaries, Jianshan, had appeared in the Thousand Poison Mountain range. Jianshan's eyes turned cold. He knew that his identity had been exposed. It would probably reach the ears of the Shur and Jetta families in Mercenary City very quickly. Right now, there were many people on the mountain range. There were at least 1,000 people. Killing them to silence them was very unrealistic. Jianshan did not dare to hesitate. He knew that he could not stay here for long. Taking advantage of the stunned crowd, he leapt over them and fled into the distance. Quickly chase after him. Stop him. No matter who he is, we must take the infant of the Class 6 magical beast. Immediately, the leader of a large organization shouted, "Quickly stop him. Don't let him get away. There are so many of us, we must take the infant of the Class 6 magical beast." The cub of a Class 6 magical beast made quite a few people jealous. The people of the various large organizations no longer cared about Jianshan's status. They all gave out orders to hunt him down because the cub of a Class 6 magical beast was just too precious. After a moment of hesitation, the Earth Saint Masters gritted their teeth and chased after him. They knew that Jianshan was very powerful and did not want to become enemies with Jianshan. However, they also did not dare to disobey orders. However, by the time they caught up, Jianshan had already used the illusory flash to escape. His speed was not something they could catch up to. They could only watch as Jianshan fled. Chapter 359. The internet was cut off last night, so the third chapter could not be updated. This one will make up for yesterday's. In the myriad poison mountains, Jianshan quickly made his way to the agreed location with Rum Guinness. With the speed of the illusory flash, he arrived very quickly. Not long after Jianshan arrived, a white figure leapt over from the distance. It was as fast as a streak of light, only slightly slower than Jianshan with the illusory flash. In just a few seconds, the white figure stopped in front of Jianshan. It was Rum Guinness in her beast form again. Rum Guinness gently looked at the tiger in Jianshan's arms. Her eyes were filled with reluctance as she sighed. "Your strength really does surprise me. So many people couldn't stop you. I heard those people say that your name is Jianshan, right?" "Yes, my name is Jianshan," Jianshan calmly replied. "Then I'll call you Jianshan in the future." "Jianshan, I can't use any power right now. I can only rely on my physical strength, so I won't be able to help you in the future. In order to prevent the kings of the Gilligan clan from finding me, I need to find a remote place to hide in the coming days, so I'll leave my child in your care." Rum Guinness spoke the human language. Perhaps it was because of its tiger form, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman from its voice. Jianchen solemnly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of your child. Once I have the power to purge the dark energy in your body, I'll come find you." With that, Jianchen thought of something and asked, "Oh right, how do I find you in the future?" The white tiger plucked a strand of hair from its body and dripped a droplet of blood on it, dyeing it red. It then passed it to Jianchen and said, "If you want to find me, then let my child drip a droplet of blood on this strand of hair. This strand of hair will guide you." Jianchen carefully accepted the strand of fur and stored it away. "Jianchen, the things you've drawn on your face can fool a few Heaven Saint Masters, but they can't fool Saint Rulers and Class 7 magical beasts like us. You need to be careful in the future," the tiger suddenly said. With that, Jianchen wiped his face and bitterly smiled. His disguise was flawless, able to fool everyone. No one could see through his disguise, but he had never thought that it would be useless before a Saint Ruler. The white tiger glanced at its child one last time before bidding farewell to Jianchen and disappearing from Jianchen's sight very soon. Woo 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 woo. The little tiger in Jianchen's arms closed its eyes and whimpered. It was unknown whether it was sad for its mother's departure or bidding farewell to its mother. Its short limbs unconsciously struggled in Jianchen's arms, as if it wanted to stand up with its own strength. Jianchen gently stroked the little tiger's furry head with his right hand, as if he was comforting it. His gaze towards the little tiger also became gentler. Jianchen didn't stay for long and quickly left. He knew that the 10,000 Poisons mountain range was no longer safe, so he couldn't stay here any longer. Therefore, he moved very quickly, his feet barely touching the ground. Using the trees on both sides as support, he quickly shot off into the distance. After Jianchen left, a large group of people still gathered outside the cave where the tiger had been. They were unwilling to leave, and the leaders of the various forces were all shaking their heads and sighing with disappointment. A Class 6 magical beast cub had appeared in front of them, but in the end it had been snatched away by the mercenary King Jianchen, who had won first place in the mercenary tournament. This made them feel extremely unwilling. Suddenly, a huge aura rapidly spread from the distance, enveloping the entire mountain range. The people gathered below were immediately alarmed, and each of them had a serious expression as they looked around for the owner of this aura. Very quickly, a burst of whistling sounds could be heard. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was flying over from the distance, and finally hovered above the people's heads. A pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's coldly looked down on the people below, without the slightest trace of emotion, as if he was the high and mighty king. "Heaven Saint Master! That's actually a Heaven Saint Master!" A small commotion broke out in the crowd, one after another. Forcibly suppressed cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and one after another, their gazes were filled with envy, yearning, fear, worship, and other complex emotions as they gathered on the old man. Seeing this old man, the people of the Heiyun clan were all overjoyed. The leader immediately knelt down and said, "By Yuanjin of the Heiyun clan greets the ancestor. We greet the ancestor." The people of the Heiyun clan all followed Elder Bai's example and knelt down on both knees, all of them emotionally shouting. The old man hovering in the air glanced around and said indifferently, "Where's the cub of the Class 6 magical beast?" Reporting to the ancestor, "The cub of the Class 6 magical beast has been taken away by someone," Elder Bai said, and then worriedly looked at the old Heaven Saint Master hovering in the air. Hearing this, a light flashed through the eyes of the ancestor of the Heiyun clan. He said, "I wonder which organization has taken it." "Ancestor, the one who took the cub of the Class 6 magical beast, is the champion of this year's mercenary tournament, Jianshan. He is very powerful, and his speed is also very fast. Even with so many of us, we were unable to stop him. Elder Bai said. Jianshan, it's actually him. The ancestor of the Heiyun clan frowned and hesitated for a while. Then a harsh light flashed through his eyes and he asked, "Where did Jianshan escape to?" "Over there." Elder Bai pointed in the direction Jianshan had escaped. Now, he could only place all of his hopes on the ancestor. Whether or not the Heiyun clan could obtain the cub of the Class 6 magical beast would all depend on him. The ancestor of the Heiyun clan immediately flew in the direction Elder Bai had pointed, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. "Quick, immediately report this to the sect. Now we can only ask for the ancestor's help. Quickly send a few people back and report this to the Patriarch. Ask him to make a decision." The appearance of the Heaven Saint Master of the Heiyun clan had stimulated all the other organizations, and they all began to send people back to the clan to report this matter. At this moment, Jianshan was using the illusory flash to quickly travel through the Thousand Poisons mountain range. He did not travel in a straight line, but would change directions from time to prevent people from chasing after him. 2 hours later, Jianshan had already traveled over 100 kilometers through the steep mountain range, and arrived at the edge of the Thousand Poisons mountain range. He then found a secluded place to hide his presence, and placed the sleeping white tiger beside his feet, and began to recover his overused Saint Force. After the previous battle, Jianshan had used up 2/3 of his Saint Force in just 2 hours to escape using the illusory flash. Now that his identity had been exposed, and with the possibility of a Heaven Saint Master chasing after him, Jianshan needed to preserve his battle prowess at all times. The white tiger was only the size of a puppy, and it was currently snoring by Jianshan's feet. The pair of snow-white wings on its back were tightly folded. If one didn't look carefully, they would be hard to notice. Jianshan sat cross-legged on the ground, and with the help of the sword spirits, he absorbed the energy within the monster cores at an unbelievable speed to recover his Saint Force. His entire body was covered by weeds, so it was very hard to notice him. 4 hours later, a sound of air being torn rang out, and a gray-robed figure quickly flew over Jianshan's head, disappearing very quickly. Jianshan, who was recovering his Saint Force, naturally noticed the figure flying over his head. His heart tightened and he thought to himself, "So fast, that's probably a Heaven Saint Master of the Heiyun clan. I never thought that after changing so many paths, he would still be able to catch up to me. Fortunately, I hid well." Thinking up to here, Jianshan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his face immediately changed. He thought to himself, "Not good, I've probably been discovered." Jianshan immediately leapt up from the weeds, and using the illusory flash, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. He had just been absorbing the energy within the monster cores to recover his Saint Force, and at such a close distance, the ripples of energy would definitely not be able to escape the notice of a Heaven Saint Master. Sure enough, as soon as Jianshan left, the Heaven Saint Master who had just flown over Jianshan returned. He immediately discovered Jianshan, who had already fled 3 kilometers away, and without another word, chased after him with all his strength. Jianshan used the illusory flash with all his strength, and quickly traversed through the Thousand Poisons mountain range. However, the terrain of the mountain range was complex, and it was not as open as the plains, so he was unable to fully utilize the advantage of the illusory flash. He was simply unable to catch up to the Heaven Saint Master who was flying in the sky, and the distance between the two was rapidly closing. Seeing the Heaven Saint Master chasing after him, Jianshan's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He immediately stopped running, and with his left hand holding the sleeping tiger, he stood there with a serious expression on his face as he stared at the Heaven Saint Master who was rapidly approaching him. In his right hand, he had already taken out the light wind sword, which emitted a faint purple and green light. After 4 hours of recuperation, Jian Chen's Saint Force had mostly recovered. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well give it a try. Furthermore, he had never fought against a Heaven Saint Master before, so he could use this opportunity to test the Heaven Saint Master's strength. Chapter 360. Jianchen refused without any hesitation. "I'm sorry, I will protect this white tiger until it grows up. As long as I, Jianchen, am still alive, I will not allow anyone to have any ideas about it." "Jianchen, why are you doing this? The growth of magical beasts has always been very slow. For a Class 6 magical beast to mature, it would take at least a few dozen years or even 100 years, and this is under the condition of using countless heavenly resources. With your talent, you would have already become a saint ruler in a few dozen years. You could have tamed an adult Class 6 magical beast. Why waste so much effort to raise a cub? Moreover, you even refused the tempting offer of our Heiyun clan." The Heaven Saint Master clearly did not want to become Jian Chen's enemy, so he tried to convince Jian Chen to give up. This was because every time the mercenary king successfully matured, he would become a Heaven Saint Master at the very least. Moreover, it was very likely that he would break through to become a saint ruler in the future. And the Heiyun clan clearly did not want to offend a future powerhouse. "I, Jianchen, have always been a man of my words. You should just give up. If you want to take the white tiger away from me, then come and take it." Jianchen's gaze was sharp and his attitude was unyielding. He did not fear the Heaven Saint Master at all. The ancestor of the Heiyun clan secretly sighed and said, "Jianchen, our Heiyun clan must obtain the Class 6 magical beast. If you insist on doing this, then I can only offend you." The light in Jianchen's eyes became sharper and sharper. In the end, it was like a sharp sword as he stared at the old man in the air with an oppressive aura. He loudly shouted, "If you dare to make a move, then your Heiyun clan will become my, Jianchen's, mortal enemy. In the future, I will annihilate your Heiyun clan." Hearing this, the expression of the old ancestor of the Black Cloud clan immediately changed. His originally calm gaze also became fierce. He said in a deep voice, "Jianchen, have you considered the consequences of saying this? Although your talent is extraordinary, with your current strength, you are not qualified to say such words to me." "Humph, if you don't believe me, you can try. As long as you dare to make a move, then your Black Cloud clan will become my, Jianchen's, mortal enemy. I will destroy you one day. If you don't want to cause trouble for the Black Cloud clan, then retreat immediately. I, Jianchen, can pretend that nothing happened." Jianchen's gaze was sharp, and his aura was threatening. His face was solemn, and it was obvious that he was serious and not threatening. The expression of the ancestor of the Heiyun clan became extremely gloomy. He had actually been threatened by a mere Earth Saint Master. Even though this Earth Saint Master possessed extraordinary talent, he still did not place him in the eyes of the ancestor. This was because the difference between a Heaven Saint Master and an Earth Saint Master was like the difference between heaven and earth. Previously, he had politely spoken to Jianchen only because of Jianchen's terrifying talent. He also wanted to befriend Jianchen. Perhaps in the future, the Black Cloud clan would have another saint ruler as a friend. However, Jianchen's threatening words made the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan extremely angry. As a Heaven Saint Master, his status was naturally very prominent. Even in the entire Tian Yuan continent, in this era where saint rulers lived in seclusion, he was a true peak expert. Other Earth Saint Masters would all respectfully bow to him when they saw him. Who would dare to act like Jianchen, actually using the strength of an Earth Saint Master to threaten a Heaven Saint Master with a prominent status? Not only did Jianchen's attitude fail to intimidate the Black Cloud clan's old ancestor, he even completely enraged the Black Cloud clan's old ancestor, causing him to change his mind. With a gloomy face, he said, "Good, what an arrogant brat. Our Black Cloud clan is determined to obtain the 6th rank magical beast's young. Since you're not willing to hand it over, then I can only personally take it. With that, the old man extended his hand and grabbed. The energy of the world wildly surged, quickly condensing into a huge yellow sword in his right hand. It emitted surging waves of earth energy, and with a shake of his hand, he shot it at Jianchen. With a long whistle, Jianchen circulated the heaven-seizing fortune art, causing his battle prowess to increase by 3 times. From the 4th cycle of Earth Saint Master to the 5th cycle of Earth Saint Master, he was infinitely close to the 6th cycle of Earth Saint Master. With a frightening aura, Jianchen fearlessly rushed towards the old man. With a wave of his light wind sword, Jianchen shattered the huge yellow sword that the old man had shot out, turning it back into energy that floated in the air. Jianchen's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he shot towards the old man like a cannonball. His light wind sword carried a faint purple and green sword chi as it flew towards the old man's throat. The Black Cloud Clan's ancestor coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, the energy of the world crazily surged. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a half-meter wide and 2-meter long pillar of earth in front of him, pressing down on Jianchen's head. With a wave of his light wind sword, Jianchen borrowed the power of the purple and green sword spirits to slice the pillar of earth into pieces like tofu. Finally, he arrived at the same height as the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor. His light wind sword transformed into a silver streak of lightning as it pierced towards the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's throat. "You really do have some skill." The Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's eyes flashed as he lightly praised. A thick yellow sword quickly formed in his hand and blocked in front of him. Ding! A clear sound rang out as Jianchen's light wind sword was blocked. However, Jianchen's attack did not stop because of this. Borrowing the short amount of time that he was in the air, the light wind sword transformed into a sky full of sword images that continuously pierced towards the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor. The Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's face became serious. Jianchen's sword was just too fast. Even with his strength as a Heaven Saint Master, he still had to be cautious. In a short breath of time, Jianchen's sword had pierced out tens of times at an unimaginable speed, forcing the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor to only be able to defend himself. Soon after, Jianchen's body was no longer able to stay in the air as he slowly descended towards the ground. The Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's face became ugly as he coldly stared at the saint weapon in his hand. The surface of the sword was already densely covered with tens of rice-sized holes. His saint weapon had actually been damaged. Although the damage wasn't serious, it was still enough to make the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's heart churn violently. Just what kind of power is this? It's actually so terrifying. The Black Cloud Clan's ancestor's heart trembled. This power was just too terrifying. As soon as Jianchen landed on the ground, he once again leapt into the air. The light wind sword once again pierced towards the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor. This time, the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor didn't just sit there and wait for his death. He took the initiative to attack. The heaven and earth energy surged and finally gathered on the yellow sword in his hand. With a wave of his sword, a huge yellow sword chi broke free from the sword's restraints and shot towards Jianchen. Being in the air, Jianchen had nowhere to go and could only brace himself to receive the sword chi from the Black Cloud Clan's ancestor. When the two collided, a loud explosion sounded out. Jianchen bore the brunt of the impact and was immediately forced back down to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Woo! Woo woo woo! The white tiger in Jianchen's embrace seemed to have been frightened and woke up from its slumber. It let out an uneasy whimper as its 4 short limbs randomly kicked around in Jianchen's embrace. Its originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened at this moment. They were as bright as gems, pure and without any impurities. It was filled with curiosity as it looked at the outside world. Jianchen protected the white tiger in his embrace as his body landed on the ground in a sorry state. His face was slightly pale. Taking a Heaven Saint Master's attack head-on wasn't good either. Suddenly, a huge pressure descended from the sky. The Black Cloud clan's ancestor had actually descended from the sky. The yellow sword in his hand surged with energy that caused Jianshan's expression to change as it mercilessly chopped towards Jianshan's head. Jianshan didn't dare to receive the attack of a Heaven Saint Master head-on. If he could dodge, he would use the illusory flash and leave behind an afterimage as he dodged. Boom! The Black Cloud clan's ancestor's attack landed on the ground, causing dirt to fly up and the earth to shake. Where Jianshan had previously stood, a 5-meter wide and 10-meter deep crater had appeared. A black silhouette flashed by, but Jianshan wasn't frightened by the old ancestor's strength. Holding the light wind sword in his hand, he arrived in front of the old ancestor in a flash. The light wind sword was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced through the old ancestor's body, each strike faster than the previous one. The speed at which the old ancestor was struck was so fast that the old ancestor was struck with a dense amount of sword shadows. What a fast sword! The Black Cloud clan's ancestor's face was solemn, but his heart was secretly shocked. Jianshan's sword was just too fast. Furthermore, every time the purple and green sword chi collided with his saint weapon, it would leave a rice-sized dent on his saint weapon. Although the damage to his saint weapon was very light and didn't affect him too much, as time passed, the damage to his saint weapon would become more and more severe. Sooner or later, it would cause some damage to his saint weapon. The Black Cloud clan's ancestor's body was protected by a layer of saint chi. Although it couldn't block Jianshan's light wind sword, it was able to slow down its speed to a certain extent. Hurriedly blocking Jianshan's attacks, the Black Cloud clan's ancestor quickly retreated, increasing the distance between him and Jianshan. With a loud roar, the huge sword in his hand emitted a dazzling yellow light. Immediately, a pressure that seemed to come from the heavens and earth pressed down on Jianshan's body, causing Jianshan to feel incomparably heavy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to even move. Jianshan, you've forced me to use a high-level Earth-tier battle skill. You should be proud of yourself, the Black Cloud clan's ancestor said in a deep voice. Without wasting any more words, he swung his sword towards Jianshan. Jianshan's eyes flashed as he circulated the heavens, stealing fortune art to its limit. His battle prowess increased by 3 times, making him infinitely close to a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master. Holding the light wind sword in his hand, he used all his strength to clash with the saint weapon of the Black Cloud clan's ancestor, causing a violent explosion. The surging shock waves of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings, causing the surroundings to become a complete mess. The earth on the ground was sent flying, and the entire mountain range shook as a spider web of cracks appeared in the ground. The Earth-tier battle skill of the Black Cloud clan's ancestor had caused Jianshan to suffer heavy injuries. His face became incomparably pale as his body flew far away, continuously spitting out blood from his mouth. Woo! Woo woo woo! The white tiger in Jianshan's embrace also suffered quite a bit. It let out a few hurried whimpers, as if it was crying because of the pain. Chapter 361. Jianshan, since you want to exterminate my Heiyun clan, then don't blame me for being merciless. For the sake of the Heiyun clan, I will kill you today. The ancestor of the Heiyun clan shouted. Immediately after, the yellow greatsword in his hand emitted a powerful sword chi that shot towards Jianshan. Although Jianshan was heavily injured, his battle prowess was still very strong. He immediately shot up from the ground and dodged the sword chi shot out by the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan. Boom! The sword chi shot out by the old ancestor of the Heiyun clan was like a highly explosive bomb, ruthlessly bombarding the place where Jianshan had been lying. Following a violent explosion, the soil and weeds were sent flying into the air, covering the sky and blocking the sun, completely blocking the line of sight. In the midst of the dust, Jianshan's body shot towards the Heiyun clan's ancestor like a cannonball. The light wind sword emitted a powerful sword chi and was surrounded by a layer of purple and green sword chi, making it very conspicuous. The He-Yun clan's ancestors' eyes revealed a trace of disdain. What a pitiful life. However, you are still an Earth Saint Master. You are simply not my opponent. Resistance is futile. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the He-Yun clan waved his huge sword. Another powerful sword chi broke free from the huge sword and shot towards Jianchen with lightning speed. Jianchen gritted his teeth and remained silent. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he immediately used the illusory flash, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position. He narrowly dodged the sword chi and took the opportunity to appear in front of the He-Yun clan's ancestor, thrusting out his light wind sword. The He-Yun clan's ancestor sneered. The great sword in his hand once again emitted a dazzling yellow light. A powerful surge of energy shook the air, causing the space around the greatsword to distort. At the same time, a powerful pressure once again descended on Jianchen's body, causing Jianchen's body to become extremely heavy. It was as if a large rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. The patriarch of the Black Cloud clan had once again used a high-grade Earth rank battle skill. With his strength as a Heaven Saint Master, using a high Earth tier battle skill was a piece of cake. He did not need to make any preparations and could use it instantly. I'd like to see how tough your life is. The eyes of the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan were cold and gloomy. He didn't conceal his strong killing intent. Shortly after, a yellow light flashed, and the huge sword in his hand stabbed towards Jianchen as fast as lightning. Right now, Jianchen's light wind sword was only a meter away from the ancestor's body. At this moment, his body was restricted by the pressure of the battle skill, making it difficult for him to even take a step forward. Every step he took required a great deal of energy. When the ancestor's attack landed on his body, his sword would definitely not be able to pierce through the patriarch's body. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Jianchen's face. The light wind sword in his hand suddenly broke free from the restraints of his hand. It was as if it had transformed into an immortal sword. Without anyone controlling it, the sword flew out from Jianchen's hand and pierced towards the ancestor's heart with an unbelievable speed. Pooh! This sudden turn of events caught the Black Cloud ancestor off guard. The light wind sword pierced through his heart and came out from his back, leaving behind a trail of blood. At the same time that the light wind sword pierced through the ancestor's heart, the huge sword in his hand also pierced through Jianchen's chest. The surging energy contained within the huge sword was like a tidal wave that surged through Jianchen's body. Jianchen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were pulverized. Finally, an intense wave of energy began to wreak havoc in Jianchen's body. Jianchen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became incomparably pale. The blood that flowed out from his chest quickly dyed the white fur of the little tiger in his arms red. Within Jianchen's dantian, the azure and violet sword spirits trembled slightly. Immediately after, a formless suction force appeared and sucked in the energy that was still wreaking havoc in Jianchen's body, preventing it from further destroying Jianchen's chest. The ancestor of the Black Cloud clan was not in a good state either. His heart had been crushed by the light wind sword, and when the light wind sword had passed through his body, it had left behind an extremely pure sword chi that wreaked havoc in his body. Although he was a Heaven Saint Master, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were much weaker than Jianchen's. Even though the sword chi that the light wind sword had left in his body was not as strong as the sword chi that he had left in Jianchen's body, it was still able to destroy his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing him to be heavily injured. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the ancestor's mouth as he coldly stared at Jianchen. In a deep voice, he said, "You truly are worthy of being the champion of the mercenary tournament, the king of mercenaries. You really do have some ability. I've underestimated you, to actually force me into such a miserable state. Even if you die, you should be proud." After saying that, the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan tightly gripped the greatsword that had pierced through Jianchen's chest. Just as he was about to cut Jianshan's chest in half, an ear-piercing sound came from behind, causing the ancestor's face to change greatly. Pooh! The Black Cloud clan's ancestor's throat was immediately torn apart as blood spurted out from his throat. The light wind sword that had pierced through his heart suddenly returned to its original path and pierced through his throat from behind while he was completely unprepared for it. The ancestor's face was filled with shock as he no longer cared about killing Jianshan. He immediately pulled out the greatsword that had pierced through Jianshan's chest and flew up into the sky. The sound of the light wind sword tearing through the air could be heard again. It was as if the light wind sword had transformed into a divine sword that was brimming with intelligence. Without anyone controlling it, it flew up from below and chased after the ancestor at an extremely fast speed. The light wind sword flashed under the ancestor's feet and dyed the sky red with blood. The ancestor's legs were immediately cut off and fell from the sky. The ancestor of the Black Cloud clan let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew 500 meters into the sky. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked down at the light wind sword that was flying alone in the sky. His face was filled with disbelief. Seeing the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan fly 500 meters into the sky, Jianshan's heart was also filled with shock. A Heaven Saint Master's life force was actually this strong. His light wind sword had first pierced through the ancestor's heart and then through his throat, yet he was still alive. This was something that Jianshan found hard to believe. A Heaven Saint Master was not only strong, but also had a tenacious life force. It was a pity that he could only control the light wind sword up to a range of 200 meters. Now that the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan was 500 meters in the air, there was nothing he could do. Even if he used his divine sense to control the light wind sword, he wouldn't be able to reach that range. If he went beyond 200 meters, his control over the light wind sword would become weaker and weaker. If he went beyond 300 meters, he would lose control of the sword. The light wind sword turned into a streak of white light and flew back into Jianshan's hand. Even though Jianshan's face was pale and his body was heavily injured, he was still unwilling to let the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan go so easily. Purple and green sword chi were emitted from the light wind sword. With a wave of his sword, more than 10 purple and green sword chi were shot into the sky by Jianshan. The ancestor of the Black Cloud clan floated high in the sky with a gloomy face. His current appearance was even more frightening. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest where his heart should have been. From this hole, one could even see the scene behind him. There was also a smaller hole in his neck. His throat had been ruptured and his flesh was mangled. It was a ghastly sight, but even so, he was still alive. Seeing the purple and green sword chi coming from below, the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan hurriedly moved his body and dodged the attack. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Jianshan and quickly flew away. Right now, the 2 wounds on his body were very serious. Although they wouldn't take his life in a short period of time, they still needed to be treated as soon as possible. If he continued to stay, then with Jianshan's strange abilities, he might really die here today. Jianshan had no way of stopping the ancestor from leaving. He could only stand there and watch as the ancestor disappeared from his sight. After the ancestor of the Black Cloud clan left, Jianshan also let out a sigh of relief. After today's battle, he had a certain understanding of Heaven Saint Masters. If it weren't for his spirit sword manipulation ability, then he really wouldn't have been able to heavily injure a Heaven Saint Master. The threat of the purple and green sword chi to these kind of experts was very small. It was unlike the Earth Saint Masters, where any saint weapon that was hit by the purple and green sword chi would be heavily injured. Looks like I have to think of a way to let the sword spirits recover. Only by letting them recover some of their strength will I be able to borrow even more sword chi. Jianshan's face was pale as he sat on the ground in exhaustion. Now that the sword spirits were no longer a threat to Heaven Saint Masters, he had to think of a way to let them recover their strength. This was because the sword spirits in his dantian were still very weak. Their strength was not even 1/10,000th of their peak state. The white tiger in his bosom was lying on Jianshan's chest. It stuck out its tongue and licked the blood on Jianshan's body with an expression of thirst. Jianshan rested for a moment before taking the white tiger down from his chest and placing it on the ground beside him. He then sat down cross-legged and prepared to use his radiant saint force to heal himself. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! After leaving Jianshan's chest, the white tiger immediately became unhappy. It continuously let out sounds of woo-woo as it struggled to crawl on the ground with its 4 short limbs. After a great deal of effort, it finally climbed onto Jianshan's legs. Its 2 front paws leaned on Jianshan's body as it stood up like a human and hungrily licked the blood on Jianshan's body. Seeing the white tiger's appearance, Jianshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He endured the pain on his body and took off his blood-soaked clothes and threw them on the ground. He then gently placed the little tiger beside his blood-soaked clothes.